Experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Football is here, and Fitness Gallery's fall football sale is your playbook for a winning home gym. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit any of our 7 stores from Denver to Fort Collins and score big before the sale ends.
Prime Big Deal Days are coming October 7th and 8th. Save up to 40% on items you've been eyeing. It's the perfect time to shop and save big.
The Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years guaranteed. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
edition of the program. Dover and Cecil rocking with you 10 to 2. That's what we do. I'm trying to get my seat set up. If you're watching on YouTube, that's why I look weird right now. Well, that's one of the reasons. We are hanging out until 2 o'clock every single day, and we appreciate you guys being a part of the show. However it is you consume the program. You check in when you're out and about working in the car right here on 104.3 The Fan. We're grateful for that. You tune in at DenverSports.com and you hang with us for 4 straight hours. Well, we're real grateful for that. Or you're over on YouTube watching the program live and participating in the chat room there. That's Denver Sports on YouTube. Hit us up right there, and we start the show the same every single day, giving you guys a chance to get a shout-out right here on the radio, you and your company. We're all in this together, and we're called the Tribe. So we start the show with a little Tribe roll call where we ask you to tell us who you are, where you are, and what you're doing for $1 today out here on a rainy Colorado day. Again, YouTube is where you can send that, or over on the text line powered by Ramos Law, 303-713-1043. Let us shout you guys out every day right here on the show. That's what Tribe Roll Call is all about. Cease, we have a bunch to get into today as we still continue to look back at the Chargers' loss, figure out what went wrong and how the Broncos bounce back. We're going to do that. In fact, I want to start to compare this year's team versus last year's team. Okay. We're going to do that in just a couple minutes, but before we do it, the week that was came to an end with the Lions. Dude, taking care of some dang business.
Wow.
We wondered after week 1, like, oh, Ben Johnson not in Detroit. What's that going to look like?
Right.
And then Jared Goff said, yeah, I'll show you what it's going to look like. We're putting points up like it's going out of style. They dominated last night.
And that's why I don't understand why when I compare Bo Nix to Jared Goff, which was my pro comparison when he came out of Oregon, people get all offended. Get as offended as you like, because Jared Goff's a damn good quarterback. And
he's a top 7-8 quarterback.
Bo Nix can be as well. And I would push that number for Goff close to 5. I'm not going to say 5, but if you want to say 6,
okay,
yeah, he's right there. And we saw that. And I feel bad for Derrick Henry, man. Because he's the king, and we all love and appreciate what he's given to us.
Sometimes you get got.
Yeah, sometimes you get got, and sometimes you slam your helmet and then fall down on the bench. So that's a little embarrassing. But
you know what I thought of when I saw? Remember the OBJ?
Oh yeah,
like hitting the net and then it hits him right in the face. Like, man, it's just not your night, brother.
Sometimes it does happen like that. But I want to know first and foremost, brother.
Yes.
Are you feeling better?
I am feeling better, man.
What happened then? Because I don't think the show fixed you yesterday.
No, I mean, I felt better, like I was in a better mood, but I was,
Okay.
in the back of my head, I kept seeing those overthrows. That's all I kept seeing is the overthrows, or as we learned on YouTube yesterday, the boverthrows.
Boverthrows,
The
okay.
Bo Nix overthrow.
All right.
I think that was Touchdown Bo Nix on YouTube that gave us that, which I liked.
Nice.
I did feel a little bit better as it went on. You know what I did? I'm doing some homework for today's show. And
Yeah.
We're going to talk about comparing
Oh, yeah.
this year's roster versus last year's. And then something that we're going to do at 10:15 actually made me feel real better when I started to do my homework on this. And we're talking about at 10:15 a real timeline for quarterbacks. And I went back and I looked at these top-tier quarterbacks and when they started to have real success, when they got their first playoff wins. And that timeline, we're right here in it. You said it yesterday. We were talking about it off the air. We're so in the middle of this that we can't see the forest through the trees.
Right.
And we go, it's our quarterback and we want it now.
Now.
Right? That's what we're all doing. Man, a second-year quarterback that's played 19, 20 games, and we have these ridiculous, and by we, I mean y'all haters, have this ridiculous expectation and bar that has to be met. I felt so much better learning about Justin Herbert's lack of playoff success still. How long it took Lamar to win a playoff game. Josh Allen, now, he lost his first one, then went on a nice run in his second year. That's where Bo Nix is right now. So, honestly, doing homework made me feel better.
Doing homework made you feel better? I didn't
Weird.
know if that was possible.
First time in my whole life.
I thought maybe you had some Mountain Dew because we're going to crack that today,
yeah.
starting with the Baja Blast Zero.
Nice.
What dew are you drinking out there? That's also part of Tribe Roll Call as we're not officially sponsored by Mountain Dew, but we should
Yet.
be.
Yeah.
Sales, please get on that. Hey, you get a lifetime. What if there's like a Mountain Dew card? You know how they have there's a Subway
Yeah,
card,
there's a Chipotle one, too.
the Chipotle card. Like, what if there was a Mountain Dew card? So no matter where we went, the Mountain Dew was free.
That would be sweet.
Like a black Mountain Dew card.
See, you're better at this than I am because all I wanted was that Mountain Dew fur jacket. Now you're talking, though. Remember the guy that he's wearing the fur jacket? That's all I wanted. But you're right. Now I want that and the unlimited Dew card.
I want unlimited Dew, and I want the Broncos to get back on track. And I do feel better than I did yesterday, and it's time to talk about the silver linings from this game. It's time to kind of step and look a little bit forward again. They got a Monday night game, so there's like a little extra day here. But we're not going to spend a lot of time ruminating and just sitting there and being like, oh, the sky is falling. I know it's rainy out there, but it doesn't mean we're going to be rainy in this studio. In fact, we're going to have perhaps more sunshine today than people would think after that sort of loss and the way this season has started for the Denver Broncos. I say, let's look up, man. And I say this, resistance is where the master skill lies. I want everyone to think about that. Because in life,
again for us.
resistance is where the master skill lies.
Okay.
It means when you have problems and you overcome them, that's when you master the skill that you need. Okay? They've got problems. They dug themselves a hole.
Yep.
But resistance, and by the way, momentum is an effect, not a cause. How do you build momentum? Action. What are they doing? Not today. It's Tuesday. They're off. But what are they doing starting tomorrow? They're starting to build through their action the momentum from the resistance that they've gotten from themselves. They're in their own damn way, and that's probably the top silver lining. So lots to get to. Feel much better today. Part of it's Mountain Dew. Part of it's our YouTube chat. I talked to some real Broncos fans on Orange Blue today. Yeah. So that got me kind of grounded because I didn't like the troll stuff from the postgame show and even some trolls showing up yesterday morning of, oh, Bo sucks, Bo's terrible, put in Jarrett Stidham. Like, no, none of that.
Energy. Keep that same energy. That's all I ask.
Yeah. Keep it when they're winning, and this bandwagon has passed you by. So let's go, Broncos. Let's get this thing back on track.
Yeah, I actually feel like you were more upset after the Colts game than you were after the Chargers game.
Yeah, it's probably because the Chargers are, in my opinion, legit. Now the Colts, don't at me, bro. They are becoming that. It's early in the season. And by the way, Houston falling apart. Jacksonville's doing I watched more of Travis Hunter yesterday. Travis Hunter shouldn't be playing defense. 4 targets, 4 catches. I mean, he's not good on defense.
Nope.
Period. And on offense, he's not doing anything. And you've got Trevor Lawrence there floundering. Like, hey, maybe you dial back on the defense for Travis. So I look at where the Colts are and where I expected them to be, and that's probably what's caused my upsettedness.
Yeah.
You lose to Justin Herbert, and that way you go, damn, that's one of the best quarterbacks in the league right there. So let's get this thing on track and definitely put a stomping on the Bengals. Don't let those guys hang with you, because Jake Browning, he's never gonna stop slinging that ball.
No, he's not.
He's never gonna go away. And you can't relax. You can't exhale. And Pat Surtain, you can't get lazy. Again, his words, not mine.
His words. Lazy technique, lazy tackling. We saw it 2 weeks in a row. All right, quick couple minutes here for some Tribe Roll Call text. Our boy Dalton. How about this, Cecil? Dalton writes, yo, I'm out here slinging Mountain Dew. I do it for a living. I have vending machines, and I do deliveries and listen to you guys all day. Whoa. He says, God bless Bo Nix's arm. He needs it.
God bless Bo Nix.
Dalton, you're like his status in the tribe has just been elevated because he's delivering Mountain Dews to the beautiful people, God's nectar, as you call it, to the tribe members every single day. Dalton's a real MVP out here.
Yeah, he is.
I really like that from Dalton. Nice work, Dalton. Our guy, Brian. Wow, this is nice, Brian. He wrote, what's up, studs? Oh, right back at you, buddy. Brian is in Denver. He's selling lemonade for the King Juice Company here.
Okay.
Loving the Broncos this year, despite the last two. Oh, my gosh. He said, dudes, I saw some Mountain Dew gummy worms at the supermarket.
Yep.
They were not sugar-free, though.
I've seen those.
I think I want to eat those.
I've seen those. I almost got them for Kev.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I'd be down for something like that.
Okay.
Certainly down for something like that.
Some Mountain Dew gummies.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Matt's checking in here. He's running his restaurant, Larkspur Pizzeria and Cafe. That's obviously in Larkspur down there. Outstanding work from our dude, Matt. We appreciate everybody checking in. Oh, dude, how about this? Navigating international trade compliance.
What?
And petitioning my stepdaughter's high school to change their homecoming that was scheduled the night of Oregon versus Penn State. This is Oregon Trey.
Oregon Trey.
Oh,
Outstanding.
we love that, man.
Outstanding, man.
He's like, listen, I think homecoming is going to be important for my daughter. Just not on the night where it's a great Big Ten matchup and my team's involved.
Exactly.
Oregon Trey, you're doing it right out there, my man. We appreciate you guys all checking in. Keep the text coming, and we'll continue to monitor the text line and the YouTube chat. Tribe Roll Call. Who are you? Where are you? What are you doing for a buck out there? All right, we're going to get into some roster conversation. I also want to dive deep into that timeline, a realistic timeline for quarterbacks in the NFL. Let's say the answer is around 3 years. What does Bo Nix need to accomplish by the end of his third year? That conversation's next.
The Broncos couldn't finish off the Chargers and missed a golden opportunity to gain ground in the AFC West. With an uphill battle ahead of them, can Denver get back on track and keep pace within the division? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Are you one of those people who dread going to the dentist? If so, have you tried sedation dentistry? Learn more about sedation dentistry at coloradosedation.com. Sit back, relax, and dream with the most experienced sedation dentist and staff at Clarkson Dental.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whether you're into local craft brews, adventurous cocktails, or ice-cold 29-degree drafts, they've got your drink. Pair it with scratch-made favorites from their special menu. And you've got the perfect way to wind down or turn up. Whatever your vibe, Twin Peaks is your go-to for the best happy hour in the league. See you tonight at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Catch Telestrator Tuesday weekly on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, where Stink or Stoke dive into the past weekend's games with a coach's eye, using insights into what went right and wrong on critical plays. Telestrator Tuesdays, powered by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank.
car accident? We've got you. Flanagan Law connects you with the top doctors and handles the legal stress. We give back, donating a portion of every attorney fee to charity. Flanagan Law, justice with heart. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Apprenticeships allow workers to earn while they learn and provide businesses with a pipeline of talented employees. Colorado employers in emerging industries can earn tax credits for apprenticeship programs. Learn more at apprenticeship.colorado.gov. Brought to you by the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, the Colorado Broadcasters Association, and this station.
You could save thousands of dollars on the products your business uses the most with the Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred Pricing. Registering is free and easy. Just have your tax ID or business or contractor's license ready. But don't wait. The current preferred pricing benefit will end on November 15th. Visit your local Pro Desk to register now and unlock the deepest savings on the products you choose.
Do you want the lowest rate for life? Get our 4.75 5-year fixed. APR is 5.89.
Did you say 4.75% fixed for 5 years?
Yes.
Yeah, I want that, but what if rates fall?
Our lowest rate for life program takes over. If rates fall even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee and no limits to the number of times used. Only at U.S. Mortgages. Call 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Tune into Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, Cecil, let's have this conversation about timelines, quarterback timeline.
Okay.
How realistic can we come up? How realistic of a timeline can we come up with? Because I know the easy answer, and a lot of people, like I said, it's my quarterback, and I want it now. We're all so impatient with what we want in our lives, and everybody's timeline is different. That honestly, that's something I get stuck in. Of like, oh, I've only accomplished this, this, and this. And it's like, well, we're all on our different paths here. I think the same is in sports. And certainly with quarterback development. So before we talk about what he needs to accomplish, is that timeline 3 years? Is that fair? And I think you and I were talking about it yesterday. You kind of said it's kind of this 3-year window. Brady Quinn told me all these years ago, it takes a quarterback about 3 years, not even to master, but to be comfortable in a offensive system, knowing what your coach is looking for, terminology, where people are supposed to be, all of those good things. About 3 years. So if you're cool with that and you like the number, you talked about it yesterday, I think that's our realistic timeline is 3 years. The end of a quarterback's third year is when you really know who that quarterback is. And of course, there are some exceptions. I think a guy like Jaden Daniels has got a pretty good idea he's going to be all right for the rest of his NFL career. When you see the bust version of it come in and you're like, well, I saw all I need to see out of that guy, and it's not going to work at the NFL level. Or even guys like Drew Lock, when you're like, you know what, there's something there, but I'm not sure it's starting quarterback caliber stuff.
And it never grew.
And
you know what I mean,
right?
with Drew.
And then that's when you
he's
can
still
see
the
that.
same guy today.
You can see that like within the first year. Like, wow, he's not getting better at that.
Yeah.
So if we go 3 years, right?
Year 3.
We're going end of year 3. That's when you know. That's also when you start to talk about, hey, are we going to extend this guy? Are we going to let this contract ride out? And we're done with the player. So if we say it's a 3-year timeline, that gives Bo this year full completion, and then next year until the season is fully over. Be it January, be it February, if that were the case. So by the end of next year, Cecil, in your mind, I know you and I already feel a certain way about Bo.
Right.
But to silence the doubters, what would Bo have to accomplish by the end of next season to do that.
Yeah, by the end of next season, he has to be dangerous almost every time he steps on the field. If we're going to get him to that top 10 level where he needs to be, where he can be. Will Bo Nix ever be a top 3 quarterback, a top 5 quarterback? Probably not. Can he push? Because, Justin Herbert has a different level of skill than Bo Nix does. Justin Herbert's right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's a different level of skill. So if you maximize the potential for Bo Nix, it's still pushing top 5. Again, Jared Goff. Bo Nix is the 6th quarterback in the league. Yeah, but what does it take? Consistency. I want that effort and that production to be consistently the same. I don't want these wild sways in Bo totally got it, or Bo didn't get it, or Bo was okay, but then he overthrew guys, but then Bo was not good. I don't want that. I want the consistency. The knowledge is already there. The skill set in terms of being a passer is already there. Is Bo Nix close to his ceiling? I'm not going to say yes. I'm not going to say, have we seen the best of Bo Nix? Of course, no is the answer. But what's it look like in a couple of years? Just sharper, more honed, more dangerous, consistently. I think that's the big word. Comfort, 2 words, comfort and consistency. Does Bo Nix look comfortable right now?
No, not right now he doesn't.
Not at all.
No.
Not at all, 1,000%. He needs to be comfortable, and thus the confidence can grow within him. Once he hits that, then it's game on.
So to you, it's maybe eye test is the wrong word, but he evolves and develops into somebody that is in complete control at all times, and you don't have any question marks going into the game. Hey, right now, they're getting ready to play the Bengals. Are we going to get good Bo? Or are we going to get bad Bo? I think that's a fair question.
The Bengals
right now,
defense,
right?
we better get good Bo. We better get great Bo.
Right. So when I looked at this and my answer of all right, after 3 years, this has to be done for me to know Bo's the guy. I actually put a number on it. There's like a value to it.
Okay.
It's playoff wins. And I think he has to have 2 of them.
Okay.
I think 2 have to come by the end of next year. And now look, that can come in many different ways. That could be they win 1 this year and 1 next year. They don't win any this year and they win 2 next year. That could be the situation. And like I said, this is what made me feel better. I go back and I look at Justin Herbert's 0-2 playoff record, and he's just so hot right now, right? Everybody loves them some Justin Herbert, and that dude has yet to win a playoff game. We roast Trevor Lawrence for not getting over the hump and being that number 1 overall quarterback as he was selected and looked at coming out of college. And he actually has a playoff win, while Justin Herbert does not, and he beat him. Then you go to Lamar Jackson. It took Lamar 2 years. So that's what I'm saying. This scenario where, let's say the Broncos make the playoffs again this year and then don't win a playoff game, and we're all upset about it. And Greg Penner goes, we didn't get better because I laid down what my expectation was, and we did not meet that. But then you're looking at, all right, well, Lamar loses 2 games, wins the next one, or wins 1 in the next year, loses again, and then finding himself in an AFC championship game in a few years.
Right.
I would also say, hey, if Bo gets to these playoff games and isn't fumbling it 3 times in a game, a fumble and 2 interceptions in a game like Lamar Jackson had, then I would still go, you know what? There's still some light at the end of this tunnel. But to me, this is really what I thought. We're all so deep in what Bo is or is not doing, we forget that these top-tier quarterbacks that we all admire right now and hope that Bo can become, they all stumbled out of the gates a little bit too.
Yeah.
It takes them all a little bit of time. So that's my number, man. It's 2 playoff wins. Bo has to have 2 playoff wins by the time we get to the end of year 3. And I don't care if it comes 1-1, 0 for this year and 2 next year. Whatever it takes to get to 2 playoff wins, I need that. I require that out of Bo Nix.
Yeah, we need you, Bo Nix. And I like that. I like that number of 2. Because it's not over the top of he's got to win a Super Bowl in his rookie contract. No, but the 2 playoff wins gives you an indication of what's more there, right? Because that's the thing in all of us in football and in life. Okay, what more is there? What more is there with Bo Nix? Is Bo Nix the finished product? No, not even close. So he's got to improve his skill set. If he does that and Sean Payton does it in concert at the same time, then all of a sudden you're making beautiful music together.
Yeah.
You're making beautiful playoff runs together. And in a playoff run, anything can happen. You get to the dance, and then it's on. Mm-hmm. So I like that. I like the distinct number of 2. For me, it comes back to the consistency on a week-to-week basis.
I like it too.
But guess what? Both of us are in concert because if you're consistent and dangerous every week, you know what you do?
You win playoff games.
You go to the playoffs and you win.
Yeah.
So I like it because my idea is leading up to your idea. You can't be consistent and lack comfort, lack consistency, lack comfort, and then get to the postseason. Then now it clicks.
Yeah, exactly.
No, you need to walk before you run, and that's where we are with Bo Nix right now.
That's exactly right. All right, couple texts here. By the way, we'd love to hear your timeline if it's different than ours at 3 years and what has to be done. Let us know on the text line, 303-713-1043. It's the RamosLaw.com text line or in the YouTube chat. We got a text here from our guy. He's calling himself Mega Plumber Mike from Centennial.
Nice.
I don't know if he works for Mega Plumber or like he's just the Mega Plumber, which means like, I mean, he's unclogging some serious, you know what, right?
Forget Super Mario. You got the Mega Plumber.
You got Mega Plumber, Mike. He said, I posted on the station's Facebook page yesterday that we won't know about Bo. Oh, wow, this is perfect. Until the end of 3 years. In return, I received a dozen of laugh reactions. That said, with what I saw with those missed throws on Sunday, I'm already about 60% out on him being the guy. It can't let it one bad game, be the guy. So is everybody out on Derrick Henry now? Everybody done with Derrick Henry because he had a bad game, right? Or do you think next week Lamar Jackson's going to turn around and hand the ball off to number 22 about 25 times?
Right.
I think that's probably the case.
Yeah, and everybody hold. To quote South Park, like everybody hold. Like we kind of have to hold here with Bo Nix and expect him to get better from his stumbles that he showed this last game.
All right, let us know on the text line or over on the YouTube chat what you have to see by the end of year number 3 for Bo Nix to believe once again. We'll catch up on those texts and your reaction over on YouTube. And in the meantime, let's talk about Sean Payton. Is he upset? Is he mad like you all are about another close loss and the missed throws from Bo? Or does he believe these close losses ultimately turn into wins sooner rather than later? You're going to hear from the head coach next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
It's Truck Month at Corwin Toyota. Drive home a new 2025 Tundra with rates as low as 1.75% APR for up to 72 months. Or lease a 2025 Tacoma for just $449 down and $449 a month. With a wide selection of trucks in stock, now's the perfect time to trade in and trade up. Visit us on Pearl Parkway or shop online at CorwinToyotaBoulder.com. Corwin Toyota, family driven for over 100 years. Proud sponsor of Colorado Athletics.
Brandon Stokel here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Do you need a new furnace, air conditioner, or heat pump? ROX Rocks Heating and Air makes it incredibly easy with their new, free, no obligation online heating and cooling quote. It takes less than 5 minutes and gives you options instantly. No calls, no waiting, and transparent pricing. Only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where we've successfully treated thousands of men for low testosterone and helped them feel like their old selves again. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Greg.
Hi, my name is Greg. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 10 years. I noticed that I was really tired. I was lethargic. I didn't sleep really well, and I was overweight. My waist was 4 inches over what it should have been. It was really difficult for me to lose the body shape I didn't like. And of course, my marriage, yes. No man in their 40s wants to have low libido in their marriage. I'm really thankful for this therapy because it just makes me feel the man I want to be, active, at home, everywhere. If you're feeling like I was, call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today and get checked. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain.
Thanks, Greg. It's true. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It's going on right now. Denver's biggest and coolest diamond event of the year.
It's the Diamond Expo, right now through Saturday at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood.
Get our lowest prices of the year on everything diamond at Williams Jewelers.
Shop the largest selection of gorgeous loose GIA diamonds. Every shape, every size, and price range diamond, including Quiot and Hearts on Fire. It's the Diamond Expo.
Plus thousands of designer diamond settings from legends like Gabriel & Company, JB Star, and Tacori.
Everything diamond. Diamond earrings, rings, bracelets, and necklaces at our best prices of the year. It's the Diamond Expo. Plus, with every purchase of $5,000 or more, you'll receive a half-carat pair of natural diamond studs, a $950 value as our gift.
The Diamond Expo at Williams Jewelers. Save hundreds, even thousands, but hurry. It all ends Saturday at 5 p.m.
And the diamond earrings are on us.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Where Colorado shines.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we're going to hear from Sean Payton here in just a moment. We are getting some breaking news on Twitter from one Adam Schefter. This was only a matter of time, and here it is now with 3 weeks completed after the Monday Night Football game. Adam Schefter says, a quarterback change.
Yep.
The Giants are planning to start rookie Jackson, spelled with an X, Dart, on Sunday versus the Chargers. So Jackson Dart is getting his first start there for New York, and I would assume it is all but over for our old buddy and not so friendly with one Russell Wilson. I mean, he's done, right? Thank you, Kevin.
Well, we had said when the schedule came out and the Giants were on the schedule week 7, everyone's like, "Ooh, Russell Wilson, really?"
Yeah, not gonna get there.
Really? not gonna work here anymore. That's for sure. So there you go, Russell Wilson back to the bench, and there were actually Giants fans calling for Jameis.
Really?
Instead of Jackson. Yeah, and actually, and the way you look at it now, shouldn't Jameis be the number 2?
Oh,
shouldn't
yeah.
Wilson be the number 3?
They should just cut Russell Wilson.
You lose the starting job. It's Jackson Dart is the future. Jameis is more of that like backup, no threat to the starter. Not that Russ is, but he probably thinks he is, right? So, yeah, I think the writing has been on the wall for quite some time, and they're going to Jackson Dart in week 4. So it didn't even take a month for Russell Wilson to get replaced, and, well, you better prepare for that quarterback now. And we're gonna see how he looks.
How do you? I'm kind of intrigued by Jackson Dart. I don't know that he comes in and sets the league on fire like
He's Drew Lock.
Jaden Daniels would. But
basically,
yeah, I'm intrigued to see.
When I
what
watched Dart at Ole Miss, I was like, "That's Drew Lock. It's the big arm. It's the mechanics that are poor, and he'll throw it into any spot."
But can he evolve better than Drew did? Because Drew didn't. Drew came into the league as the quarterback that he is today.
Right. Yeah. Drew came in and didn't change his feet and didn't change his mind. We'll see with Jackson. Usually those big arm guys, the big arm can be a crutch. You see like Elway developed.
You trust it so much.
Josh Allen developed, right? So it does happen when you get the rocket arm guy, and then, Brett Favre really didn't develop. He just kept throwing it up there and wouldn't read the defense, didn't even know what a nickel defense was, but he just kept firing, kept attacking, and that's what you're going to see from Jackson Dart. So, can he develop? Sure.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of the guys that just use that. Jay Cutler, right? Did Jay Cutler ever really develop?
No, he just threw it further and harder.
Exactly. Right. So Jackson Dart may be that, or he may kind of get it as some of those strong arm guys do, like a Josh Allen.
Yeah, it's you know what else I wonder? You've seen Jackson Dart on the sideline, right? With his well, this sucks look on his face. Is he going to wear that diamond chain that he's wearing on the sideline when
Somebody
he
gonna
actually
snatch
plays
it from him?
Because I'm snatching that. That's the only thing I'm thinking about if I'm on the defensive side.
Put it in
Let
your
me
pocket.
break your rib and take that chain off of your
And
neck.
have one of those hand warmers so you can put it in there
Yeah.
and be like, I don't know what happened.
Uh-huh.
By the
and
way,
they're like, honey, I got you something today at work.
I know we're not a Giants show, but a lot of people saying, Saquon Barkley leaves the Giants and, has the best season ever. Daniel Jones leaves the Giants. Has the best. Brian Daboll, what are you doing?
How are you still employed?
What are
is the
you
real
doing?
question.
Right. How are you still employed? And what are you doing there?
Does this start the clock over for Brian?
No.
It shouldn't.
No, I think it's complete desperation. This will be much like Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams looking much better now with a different head coach, right? So you kind of waste a year. Honestly, I think Tennessee's doing it with Callahan and Cam Ward. So you're like kind of wasting a year with a young potential franchise quarterback. So, yeah, I believe that unless Dart is like unconscious and unbelievable, which he probably won't be, you're looking at the final year-ish of Brian Daboll.
I just hope when they told Russell Wilson he's being started or benched or whatever, it was like, hey, Russ, we're going to need you to go ahead and 1-2 step over there. Jackson, you're over here. You use his wife's lyrics to bench him. That's the way you really do it, man.
Or you just don't talk about his wife, and definitely don't be weird about Sierra like Nathaniel Hackett was.
Yeah.
That was creeper stuff. That's like he's peeking in your window type stuff.
Yeah. Well, Nathaniel Hackett was a weird dude.
Weird little guy. Yeah. Weird little guy.
All right, I do want to hear from Sean Payton. So the first couple of days of this early week has been about Bo Nix, and rightfully so. He was not good. He missed 3 throws that, again, he makes one of those, they win. He makes 2 of them. We talk about how hot the Denver Broncos are at first place in the AFC West, and he makes all 3 of them. Cecil and I spent 4 hours dunking on you Bo haters yesterday. We didn't get to do any of that because of those overthrows. So Sean, talking to the media on his Monday conference call, was asked what he saw on film with the deep misses.
There's the 2 deep throws, the flea flicker, and then the third down play. And I think you got to be careful you're not overcoaching a deep ball that's going off the fingertips. Now, we've seen a couple in the last 2 weeks, and yet someone asked me about it yesterday, and I think that the more concerning problem would be is if we're leaving those balls inside where, they're susceptible for an interception. So he's climbing the pocket. He's doing a great job. Both of those are third and long situations where there's, obviously a different type of pass rush, but that's not what's concerning to me this morning after the loss yesterday would be, the deep ball misses. That wouldn't be what's on my mind.
All right, and man, he said that a couple of different times yesterday.
Yeah.
And you can kind of tell the tone that he has.
He explained it more in that one.
It's not a worry to him.
No.
It's not a worry even at all. And we'll hear him a little bit later, but he talked about, hey, it's way down on the list. He gets to 50.
Right.
But that tone right there is what stood out to me, man. He has 0 worries about his quarterback. Now, my brain wants to go, hell yeah, he's riding with this guy. But then the other side of my brain goes, well, he's desperately trying to prove himself right over and over at every single chance he gets.
Yeah, at every moment possible, Sean Payton's like, I'm right? I'm right. Just tell me I'm right. Okay. Him explaining about like putting it out where only his guy could get it. All right, I understand that, and certainly not throwing picks was something that was kind of emphasized to Bo Nix last week, and he came through, he didn't do it. So had they not said anything after the first 2 games where Bo Nix had thrown those 3 picks, would he perhaps have, put a little less under those throws, and they would have been a little bit more challenged by the defender? Yeah, maybe, but that seems like it's parsing things up too much. Like, Bo totally did that on purpose. No, he was off.
Yeah.
He was off. I don't see it as Bo Nix totally was like putting it just where his guy could get it and nobody else. No, he was off. He was off. His mechanics were poor and he overthrew guys. I don't think there's any way around that. So I listen to that. I wonder, like, why are so many in Broncos country, like, so ready to jump off the bandwagon of Bo Nix? Why? Sean's not. Now Sean wants to prove himself right. I get that. But why are so many just turning on Bo Nix after 3 games, basically?
Mm-hmm.
Like, we got to be more settled than this. It is a long season. And hell yeah, we believe in Bo Nix. We're going to continue to believe in that young man until he shows us completely otherwise. He's not the guy. Like, people are already saying that. Again, the Jarrett Stidham thing, like, no, none of that.
Mm-hmm.
We're not doing any of that. Coach isn't worried for reasons. we're not going to be as worried. We're going to talk about it.
Yeah, 100%. We have to talk about it, and we're going to continue to do exactly that. I do want to get to, so winning close games, losing the close games the way that they are, how do you flip that? Is that something, we've talked about killer instinct a whole bunch. Is that just you're more comfortable in those settings, and I've had a lot of experience in these one-score games, or is this just about, hey, we love to talk about the last 8 minutes of the fourth quarter, right? I got a number later on from Bill Barnwell about the Broncos' win percentage in the final 5 minutes. That's going to make us all a little crazy again. But
yeah.
I don't think it's like, hey, you have to be better in these final 8, final 15, whatever you want to call it. All of that, flipping the close losses into close wins or ultimate wins at some point, that's more about what you've set up through the game. Go back to identity and having one. Hey, it's a close game, right? It's nut cutting time in a football game. Who are we as an offense? Who are we as a defense? When we get the answers to that from the Denver Broncos, even as good as the defense was a year ago, we saw them slip, right? Once we get those answers, I think that's when we start to flip the script a little bit of close games, you're comfortable in winning. Closer games, at the end, you put your foot on the throat of that opponent. But they don't really have an identity on offense. And as good as we think the defense can be, what's the identity? PS2 is really good. Hopefully the defensive line gets through and gets some sacks. The hope's not an identity. We need to identify what they do well on both sides of the ball. And I think when we do that and have a sure answer where, like, you can't even argue it, you and I agree 100%, I think that's when you'll start to see that flip a bit.
I think somebody was talking, I think it was about Caleb Williams, called it hopium. Like,
hopium.
We're not going to have hopium.
Yeah.
We're going to look for results. But there's a simple answer to your question. Super simple. Hotter start. Hotter. Your first 15 have to be better. Sean, your first 15 must be better because not everything's going to go 100% all the way through the game. So when you have those stumbles, even if they're stumbles late, you did the work early. I just wrote this to myself as I meditated this morning. The way you begin is the way you become. If you start your day and you're on your phone and someone else's random thoughts because you're scrolling through Twitter, immediately when you wake up, your day is going to be discombobulated.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the way you begin is the way you become. And I believe that in life and in football. And in football, your first 15 have to be better, Sean. We've been 3 weeks now. The first 15 have not been good. So when Bo does stumble, oh, thank God you set things up nicely and you got a field goal or 2 or 10 points in those first 3 drives or whatever. You can't go 3 and out 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
So the answer is simple. Be better to start. So when the stumbles happen, you got a nice foundation you've already built.
So your first 15 plays can dictate your final 15 minutes.
Just like Mike Shanahan.
Yeah.
Why can't Sean Payton be Mike Shanahan?
That's a really good question. You mean like the old Mike Shanahan or the offensive coordinator for the Hoosiers who's crushing it right now? Which one are you looking for?
I'm definitely not talking anything Indiana with you.
What does it say about me when the first thing I do is open up my phone and read Drew's notes? Do I need to stop doing that? I need to touch some grass before I look at Drew's
touch some
text?
grass. It's 30 minutes before you drink your first cup of coffee.
Yeah,
get some sunlight in, right? Get your biorhythms right, and then open the email.
Okay.
Start working.
All right. You hear that, Drew? I'm ignoring you for 30 minutes every morning.
That's probably smart, honestly.
All right, we're off and rolling here in hour number 1. Around 10:40, we go inside the internet. A few stories that caught our eye. I saw something at DenverSports.com I've got to share about the Denver Nuggets, who are right around the corner, and we'll do that next.
Ralphie 7 ran wild at Folsom Field, and the Buffs rolled over the Cowboys in a much-needed win. Can Coach Prime and company keep the momentum rolling as they begin their slate of conference play in the Big 12? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me."
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
It's back! Football is back, Broncos country, which means summer is almost over, and that means it's time for game days. Whether you're heading to Empower Field or traveling to Boulder to cheer on Coach Prime and the Buffs, you got to get there in style and on time. So let my friends at Hermes Worldwide handle the traffic and parking, and you handle the rest, which means have as much fun as possible and make as many memories as you can. So let Hermes Worldwide get you to and from the game safe. All you need to do is call Hermes Worldwide at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
Marketing can feel overwhelming. Where to start? What works? What doesn't? That's where your marketing experts at Denver Sports come in. Audio, video, online marketing, and we know how to cut through the noise so your customers finally hear your story. You don't have to waste time guessing or spinning your wheels. We'll guide you with a proven plan that turns your marketing into growth. Let us handle the hard part. You do the easy part. Head over to DenverSports.com and click Advertise with Us and start growing your business today.
Attention golf lovers! The city of Aurora has you covered this fall. Home to 5 beautiful courses, there's no better place to play than Aurora. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. I enjoy leaf peeping every fall, but instead of heading to the mountains, I'm heading to my local Aurora golf courses. Saddle Rock, Aurora Hills, Spring Hill, Meadow Hills, and Murphy Creek have stunning Rocky Mountain views with the fall colors we adore. For more information and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram at Golf Aurora CO.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
It's your last chance to take advantage of EV federal tax credits at Siltar Motors. This month, get the all-electric F-150 Lightning or the head-turning Mustang Mach-E with 0% interest for 72 months or lease credits up to $11,000 off. Check out their current selection of EVs at sthmotors.com to get the EV you want before they are gone. Siltar Motors has got the best location, the biggest EV selection in Denver, and the most competitive pricing in Colorado. Siltar Motors will deliver everything you want out of a dealership.
Injured in an accident? Don't settle for empty promises. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective results. Our attorneys have recovered over $3 billion for clients across the country. Founded by nationally recognized attorneys, we bring elite legal power to personal injury cases, fighting to get you the justice and compensation you deserve. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free consultation. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Introducing Slate, the cure for overpriced, overcomplicated cars. It's a truck, it's an SUV, it's whatever you need it to be. Reserve yours at slate.auto.
Get ready for every Broncos game with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall as he joins the drive every Friday afternoon at 4:45 exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Thanks to Corwin Toyota Boulder. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the internet.
This, Jen, is the internet.
All right, what's happening inside the internet that we need to chat about? I like to start at DenverSports.com. We encourage you to check out the website as well. Get the latest on your favorite teams, rewatch, catch up on your favorite shows. You can do it all right there at DenverSports.com. And I'm reading an article written by our buddy Will Peterson. And Will's talking about the ESPN release of its offseason survey. It came out yesterday. And Tim Bontips, he polls 20 coaches, scouts, and executives for their thoughts on a bunch of different topics. Best player, best team, all of this kind of stuff. The Nuggets and Nikola Jokic specifically see getting some love here from the executives, coaches, and scouts around the NBA. Nikola Jokic received 19 of the 20 top votes as best player in the league. Luka Doncic got a couple of votes as well, but it was really those two getting as best player in the league, which I thought was kind of interesting for SGA. When it came to the 25-26 MVP, Nikola Jokic also led the way there, but SGA was right behind him, and then Doncic rounding out the final right there. So Joker, best player in the NBA, should win an MVP, as Will wrote. We should be talking about like 5 in a row.
Right.
We've decided not to die on that hill and go back and forth with folks on that. And then as far as the best moves, additions throughout the offseason, Bontemps had the folks vote on that, and it was the Denver Nuggets and the Atlanta Hawks that were there as the top 2 teams. The Houston Rockets got some love. Anytime you add a guy like Kevin Durant,
of course. Yeah.
you're certainly going to get some love. They had a hard hit yesterday when Fred VanVleet announced that he has a serious injury ACL and he's going to miss the entire season. Quick side note on that, Russell Westbrook will probably end up now in Houston with that deal, so that's something to keep an eye on, our old buddy Russ. So ESPN asking, again, coaches, executive scouts, best player, MVP, and biggest offseason additions, Nikola, the Nuggets.
Yeah, that makes sense,
Yeah.
right? And I can't wait till we get back to Ball Arena, because this team is going to look different. This team is going to look better. And this team, hopefully, is going to take the start of the regular season seriously. Like, hot start, we talk about that with the Broncos. Hot start for the Nuggets would be great as well because, again, it's a long grind of a season. If you build your foundation early, you're going to have stumbles wherever along the way, but you're going to be good to go. And you should be aiming for that number 1 seed. And we'll further preview the Nuggets season, but there's no reason why you shouldn't be. There's no reason why you should, genuflect or cave to OKC and just be like, well, they're the number 1 seed and we're competing for the whatever's left. No, go for that number 1 seed. Have everyone come to Denver if they want to make it to the NBA Finals. I'd love to see that, and this Nuggets team has the talent and the superstars to do that.
Yep. Love hearing it. The way we feel about the Nuggets, you sometimes go, man, are we too close to this like we talked about the Broncos? Are we too into this about what they've done? Because we look at the offseason and go, they've gotten better than Minnesota. They already pushed the Thunder and then added 2-3 different players that are going to help coming off the bench with that Thunder depth. It's just a nice of like, oh, I'm not drunk on Nuggets Kool-Aid. This is real. You know what I mean?
Okay, so I may be drunk on Nuggets Kool-Aid. I'm going to say something that may offend you, but get as offended as you like.
Yeah.
This team's Jamal-proof now.
Oh, wow.
If Jamal is on the money, I mean, if Jamal plays the way he should, he's an all-star, right? Okay.
We've been saying that for a decade.
Exactly, right. So that's continuing the conversation. But the moves that they've done this offseason, they are basically Jamal-proof. You want Jamal to be Jamal and be great and 57 and all that. Like, playoff Jamal should just be Jamal.
Mm-hmm.
It should be him all the time. But if he's not, this team's not just, dead in the water, so to speak, if Jamal doesn't show up. No, they've got pieces.
I really like that. I really hope that it's true.
You don't believe it? You don't believe
I just
it?
have to see it.
They're Jamal-proof.
No, they definitely have more options now when he doesn't show up. And look, last year he got better at that. He showed up more than he didn't show up, but it still wasn't enough.
Right.
And it certainly wasn't enough in the postseason. Playoff Jamal, I haven't seen him in a couple of years. I'd like to get to know that guy one more time.
Yeah, it'd be great. You get to know that guy one more time, you get one more parade.
Mm-hmm.
Get him to know 2 more times, you get 2 more parades.
Yeah, that's right, man.
That's the key. But being able to sustain offensively mainly, his defense will have issues with, but like being able to sustain that, whether or not he shows up on a night-in, night-out basis, could be the key for the Nuggets this season.
I will tell you this. If this comes true, and I love the Jamal proof, that's a great term. It's just so much more credit to Tinzer and the new front office that is there with the Denver Nuggets because
Jonathan Wallace.
They saw what we saw. And John Wallace, the former player, like
relationships.
Right. You got me fired up, dude. Jamal proof. That's a great term.
I'm telling you, man.
I love
Ball
that.
Arena, we're going to be there, and we want to see you there.
Can't wait for that.
The internet is a breeding ground for freaks.
All right, staying on DenverSports.com. I got 2 questions about this. One, I want to talk about what Dion said about Travis and Shedeur not going to Baltimore. But before we even answer that, how do we feel about Prime being on the podcast with the Kelsey bros? Like, Prime's ours.
Yeah.
They're not.
Yeah.
We #hate ya to the Kelseys.
Yeah.
And then our guy goes on their podcast and they got the glasses on and the hat, and a part of me is like, I actually kind of want to listen to what Prime has to say, but you sons aren't getting my click.
Yeah, I don't like Jason Kelce. Sorry. And I think Travis Kelce is fake. So, let me guess. Jason's probably drinking during the entire podcast. He's probably wasted. Hopefully he doesn't drop any slurs this time.
Right.
And Travis is being fake, right?
Sounds about right, yeah.
Okay, there you go. How's Dion fitting with that?
Oh, there's an answer I could say, but
about the fake part.
About a little bit. Of
we know he's not out there getting the teetotal.
Right.
He's not getting hammered like Jason Kelce, but still, the less I have to do with the Kelces or think about them, the better my life is.
Well, I won't play the audio. I'll read the clips.
Okay.
Read the quotes from the clips. And the first question's like, hey, why did Shedeur not want to go to Baltimore? Dion goes on, and I'll paraphrase some of this. Hey, I played in Baltimore, have a relationship with Ozzie Newsome, but why? How in the world can somebody fault him for saying or thinking, why would I go back up Lamar Jackson for 10 more years? I've never sat on the bench and said, well, I learned a lot today, Dion says. So going back to some of that, going to Baltimore situation, I think people are making that more of a deal than it actually is, at least in my opinion. I kind of could understand that. That's Lamar's team moving forward. You want to give yourself a chance to go play. Lamar might get hurt because of the running situation, but it's never your job. It can be his job in Cleveland at some point someday.
Okay, I'm going to sound like a parent, and I'm going to sound like Waterboy's mom at the same time. Right. You go play foosball with your friends, right? Shout out Kathy Bates. I think it's a terrible decision not to go to Baltimore, and here's the main reason why. Organizational clarity. You have a better organization. You have better people. If someone from the Browns says, hey, you should work on this, Shedeur, well, what proof did they have of anything ever? Because they're the Cleveland Browns.
That's fair.
If you go to Baltimore, that organization is top tier, top notch, and they're going to be able to look at you and say, you know what, you need to clean this up. How about you go over here? How about this training, whatever? And then you get to learn from Lamar. You get to have zero pressure to start. He's not going to start, okay? He's not going to start. And if he does, he's not ready, right? I mean, that's what Shedeur is. But then he's playing for the Browns, who are a historic joke of a franchise. You go to Baltimore, that's a franchise that can set you right, that can maximize, oh, he's going to be a backup for 10 years. What's he going to be in Cleveland? He's going to start 2 games, he's going to suck, and they're going to, hey, get him out of here. Mm-hmm. That's what Cleveland's going to do because they have no idea what they're doing. He goes to Baltimore, and Lamar, it's not like Lamar's a young cat anymore. Lamar a little banged up or something, Shedeur can come in. He can have the support of a ground game, a defense, just a quality organization. Not going to Baltimore, I'm not saying it's like the end of Shedeur's career, but I think that's a career mistake.
Well, and you know what you're doing? You're using rationale. You're using clear thinking.
Right.
You're not thinking about how legendary you may think he is.
Right.
And you know what he does? He doesn't use rationale. He's not clear thinking, and he thinks he's the answer to what they can do or not do in Cleveland. That's what I said. You probably weren't going to get a chance to play in Baltimore. In his mind, now I'm trying to put myself in his mind, and a speculation on my part, but feel pretty good about my speculation. He goes, oh, no. I go to Cleveland. I turn it around, and then in 4 years when my contract is up, I say sayonara, and I leave those losers to go to a real team.
Yeah.
That's what Shedeur and Dion think can happen.
You're not going to turn it around in Cleveland.
I don't think so either, but I'm just telling you that's what I believe they believe. Now I'm talking about their beliefs versus my beliefs. Nobody makes me believe
I
my own
personally
blood.
believe. Right.
So we'll see. But yes, Prime on the New Heights podcast, I don't know, kind of give me a cringy type of feeling.
And PS2 having a podcast, I'm like, okay, everybody's got a podcast.
Everybody's got a pod now, yeah. They do have a cool name. We're going to talk about that a little later on. Let's get into hour number 2. We have a small sample size from the Broncos. So how do we feel about them figuring things out in the next few weeks? They'll host Cincinnati, got to make the trip to Philly, and then overseas. You'll go to London to take on the Jets. Can they start a little streak and get themselves back in contention? Find out next.
Have the Broncos already revealed a troubling trend in the first month of the season?
Get the Broncos in a close game and they'll beat themselves. Broncos will Bronco eventually.
They haven't been able to close out games, and that's what good teams do. Good teams find ways to win both of those games, and then you're sitting at 3-0. It's frustrating because you look up and you look at where you could have been, and now what do you have in front of you?
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Ho, ho, ho. Yeah, I know you didn't plan to hear from me this early, but I'm tired of lugging this bowl full of jelly around. That's why me and Mrs. Claus are with Soda Weight Loss now. I'm losing 6 pounds a week. My knees are loving my results, and I'm keeping up with the elves again. And the wife? She's all about this healthier me. Keeps telling me I'm slaying.
Ready to slay all those holiday pictures? Get photo ready and join Soda Weight Loss right now. When you join, your partner joins for free.
With all the weight I've been losing with Soda Weight Loss, they're gonna have to make a whole new Santa suit for the big ride.
Real support and help from nutritionists who are just a call or text away. Take advantage of Soda Weight Loss's partner program. Visit sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Catch Telestrator Tuesday weekly on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, where Stink or Stoke dive into the past weekend's games with a coach's eye, using insights into what went right and wrong on critical plays. Telestrator Tuesdays, powered by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Transforming your land with a John Deere compact tractor is as easy as connect, latch, load, haul, spread. Cutting grass is as simple as roll, click, mow. Box blading is as effortless as hook, lock, grade. And backhoeing is as convenient as turn around, switch, dig. Because when you've got the versatility to tackle just about any job and dealer support in your own backyard, you just have to get in the seat. Find the right compact tractor for you at johndeere.com.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition product.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
Football is here, and Fitness Gallery's fall football sale is your playbook for a winning home gym. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit any of our 7 stores from Denver to Fort Collins and score big before the sale ends.
The new and emerging industries apprenticeship tax credit can save you money and boost your workforce. Take the first step to develop skilled apprentices in IT, healthcare, and more at apprenticeship.colorado.gov. Brought to you by the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, the Colorado Broadcasters Association, and this station.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Rich Lawn. Fall is coming soon. That means 2 things: football and keep my lawn healthy and beautiful. How do I do that? An application of Colorado-made Rich Lawn Pro Rich Winterizer in September helps my lawn recover from the heat and stress of summer, keeps it greener longer into the fall, builds a strong root system, and provides green up earlier in the spring. So be like me and have the best stinking lawn in your neighborhood. Get Pro Rich Winterizer Tenderizer today at your favorite garden center. Tell them Mark sent you. Visit richlawn.com to find a dealer near you.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
It's 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line, or watch the show and hang out in the chat room over on YouTube. Just search Denver Sports, click on the Dover and Cecil stream, and you're there. You're live, hanging out with the crew, the YouTube tribe, right there at youtube.com/DenverSports. All right, Cecil, we've been doing this on Tuesdays after the Broncos game and look ahead a little bit about what the next few weeks may bring and what we've learned about the future Broncos opponents. So we know they're sitting at 1-2 right now. A lot of us, you and I both, thought this would be 2-1, maybe even 3-0 if you get things going the right direction.
It could have been 3-0.
Should have been probably 3-0. They are not that now. So how do we feel about the ability to get right, turn themselves back around? Heck, you got a chance here to make some real noise if you can find a way to win all of these games. And obviously the uphill battle is going to be at Philly a week from this Sunday, and it's an 11 a.m. game. Now, you do get Cincinnati. You'll go to Philly on a short week, but we know what the Bengals are right now, and they're without their star quarterback in Joe Burrow, and they couldn't really do much with old Jake Browning this last weekend. So, as you see the Broncos sitting at 1-2, some struggles on both the defensive side and the offensive side, is there any part of you that goes, man, not only can they beat and should beat Cincinnati and the Jets in London, they might be able to go to Philadelphia and give them a run for their money. It's not like Philly, the Super Bowl Philly team hasn't quite shown up yet. They're undefeated and they're looking good, finding ways to win.
Right.
But it's not like they're hanging 40-plus every single week.
And how are they finding ways to win when the Broncos cannot? In similar situations, it's that championship medal that the Eagles have. So
they have an identity.
I'm not going to say, like, oh, they'll be better against the Eagles. No, they have Saquon Barkley. You can't stop the run. So that's a problem. You cannot stop the run, and they've got Saquon Barkley. Now, what do the Bengals have? In terms of weakness for the Denver Broncos, you say, okay, Noah Fant and Mike Gesicki at tight end. I'm not suggesting a Noah Fant revenge game.
No, he's not
very
good.
You don't want those guys to get you if you let Aronde Gadsden, a rookie in his very first game, get you just last week. So there's a chance that Noah Fant might do a little something. Mike Gesicki might do a little something. And again, Jake Browning is not great, Bob, but he's never going to stop throwing.
Yeah.
Like never. He and it's wild, because he's not a good quarterback, but he doesn't think that, and he keeps attacking you, and there's going to be an element of danger to that. Like, wow, that guy stinks, but he keeps attacking us. That's Jake Browning. And when I didn't even mention Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. What's T. Higgins going to do against Riley Moss?
Destroy him.
Okay.
We saw that already.
Now, once you get some big plays, they're not going to run the ball. Okay, and Samaje Perine could do a little more, and they should turn things over to rookie Taj Brooks. The Texas Tech kid that I like, Chase Brown's not doing anything. So, if you take away their ground game and you say, okay, they've just got their passing game, but that passing game includes Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, full stop, that's a problem.
Yeah.
That's a problem. And you had better look dominant against the Bengals. I'm predicting a Broncos win, spoiler alert. But to say it's 45-10 or even 35-10, I can't say that right now. But damn it, that's what it should be. Because this team doesn't play defense, and, you got, Carson Wentz shredding you up. 173 yards on 14 or 20 passing. They barely had to pass. Jordan Mason had 2 rushing touchdowns against him. So JK should have a big day. RJ, everything you want to do basically should work against Cincinnati offensively.
Yeah.
So offensively, you better be sharp. And defensively, you're going to give up some stuff because it's Jamar Chase, T. Higgins. They're too good not to give up some stuff. But, man, this can't be a track meet 35-31, Broncos win. True. This had better be 35-10, and I can't say it's going to be that.
I heard Mike Evans say this morning the Broncos got to go 7-1 to make the playoffs. He's going 2 months in advance. We don't know anything about what's
Wait. He said they have to be 7-1?
7-1. And then, dude, look at that. That's Cincy, Philly, New York, London with one of those, Dallas, Houston, Vegas, Kansas City. Now, there's some winnable games in there.
For sure, yeah.
But I'm a little hesitant to call anything a winnable game right now, given what I've seen the last couple of weeks with the Broncos.
Exactly.
I think going 2 months in advance is a huge leap that Mike's taking. Good on him for taking the big leap. I only want to look 3 or 4 weeks ahead. That's why we're doing this whole segment thing. But it's you look at, all right, Cincinnati, you're right, Cecil. I'm going to pick them to win too. They should win that football game. Then you go to Philly. Everybody's going to be, at least right now, I'm looking at Philly and I'm going, ooh, yeah, I don't know if that's going to be any fun. But we're reacting to what we know right now. You handle business in Cincy, and I'm with you. I think it'd be foolish for us to go, the Broncos are going to win 45-20.
They're going to smash them.
We didn't even do that with Tennessee, and Tennessee stinks, dude. They're a dumpster fire of an organization.
I thought that in July, and then I watched this team in training camp.
Right.
I was like, oh.
And we all changed our tune.
Yes.
So I think right now we all have that eerie, similar feeling about the Eagles. But you watch how quick, dude. We flip so fast as human beings. If they do have some success, the defense, picks off Jake Browning a couple of times. Maybe they get a defensive score. Bo bounces back. He hits those long throws. On Tuesday, you're not going to be able to tell us nothing about how they go and play against the Eagles. That's just how it will work.
Yeah.
But if they do struggle and stub their toe, and it takes a fourth quarter, 2-minute drive to beat the Bengals,
right?
That Philly game looks a whole lot more terrifying.
And Vic Fangio will be licking his chops.
Yeah, and so that's what I'm going to go. You have to go. You want to be back in the conversation of making the playoffs and fighting for seeding in the AFC? Minimum is 2-1 here. That's all I'm going is 3 weeks in advance. Minimum is 2-1. If you go 1-2, I mean, we got to start talking about playoff percentage chances and all the things that happen moving forward.
Right, and that's why it's so frustrating that they've dug this hole right now. You don't have time to recover if you have some further stumbling blocks.
Mm-hmm.
So let's get this thing on track starting Monday night and then build momentum. A win against Philly would be fantastic. Not predicting that, but that would be kind of an elixir, a little whoopee, little snuggle blanket. Like you could just, okay, I feel better. The Chargers game sucked. The Colts game really sucked. But I feel better if you could beat Philadelphia. You're a long ways from that.
100%, man. Yesterday, I said that there's still confidence in this Broncos defense. You looked at me like I had 3 heads when I said it, Cecil.
Crazy.
But after reading what Andrew Mason wrote and the numbers he discovered, I might have to back off that statement. Details coming up.
Does Bo Nix shoulder the most blame for the loss to the Chargers?
Am I pinning it all on Bo? No, but you can't have it both ways. You can't, as a football fan or as a football media, talk endlessly about the importance of the quarterback, and then after a game like this say, well, what do you mean? It wasn't really Bo's fault. Can't have it both ways.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com. And get ready for the workday.
If you're considering sedation dentistry and want to learn more about it, Clarkson Dental can help. When it comes to your health, you want to make sure you know all the details. The highly trained professionals at Clarkson Dental have your answers. Learn more at coloradosedation.com.
It's your last chance to take advantage of EV federal tax credits at Siltar Motors. This month, get the all-electric F-150 Lightning or the head-turning Mustang Mach-E with 0% interest for 72 months or lease credits up to $11,000 off. Check out their current selection of EVs at sthmotors.com to get the EV you want before they are gone. Siltar Motors has got the best location, the biggest EV selection in Denver, and the most competitive pricing in Colorado. Siltar Motors will deliver everything you want out of a dealership.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Say goodbye to your lawnmower and take back your weekends by replacing your old yard with Pro Green synthetic turf. Hey, Brandon Stokely here. You may have heard me talking about my Pro Green custom putting green and how it's made my weekend so much more fun. One of the main issues folks have with artificial turf is how hot it gets. Well, Pro Green invented a turf system with proprietary organic cooling materials that actually keeps your new turf lawn cool. It really mimics the look, feel, and temperature of natural grass. Call my friends at Pro Green today. 303-479-3967. That's 303-479-3967. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whether you're into local craft brews, adventurous cocktails, or ice-cold 29-degree drafts, they've got your drink. Pair it with scratch-made favorites from their special menu. And you've got the perfect way to wind down or turn up. Whatever your vibe, Twin Peaks is your go-to for the best happy hour in the league. See you tonight at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Winning matters. Postman Law has recovered over $3 billion for clients. Injured? Call 844-POSTMAN. It's free to see if you have a case. Others promise. Postman delivers.
Football is back, and it's time for you to get in the game. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is here to help, and we're giving away a PlayStation 5 bundle. Download the Denver Sports app and tap the contest banner on the homepage for your chance to win a PS5 console, a 70-inch flat-screen TV, plus copies of Madden 26 and College Football 26. Don't wait. Download the Denver Sports app now. 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I haven't heard this one in a minute here, Kev. When's the last time you heard this one?
Riding around yellow Jeep with Drew Spivak.
Oh, wow. So it's been a minute.
yeah, it's been a minute. This is like his theme song.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's Spivak's theme?
Yeah.
Nice.
He's our version of R. Kelly. Wait.
Hold on. I'm not sure he'd like that comp.
Probably not.
We're having some fun here on a Tuesday, trying to get over a bad Broncos loss in back-to-back weeks. And we're going to continue to do that and turn the page tomorrow to get ready for the Cincinnati Monday Night Football game in week number 4. So yesterday I made a statement, and I said, you know what, I'm still confident in the Broncos defense. I still think they have confidence in themselves. Like I said, you kind of looked at me like I had 3 heads, and I was like, no, for real, man, I'm confident in these guys. And then I woke up this morning and I read an article at DenverSports.com written by Andrew Mason.
Mace is on the case here.
By the way, nice little touch here from Andrew Mason at his post-game report. Standing there, he's got his shirt tucked in, looking all nice. Great view with the end zone in the background.
Right, yeah.
That's cool stuff from Andrew Mason. So he does this on Tuesdays, right? He's got his numbers. Usually it's 3. He did a little extra credit and gave us 4 this week. And it's making me want to at least maybe reconsider what I said yesterday.
With new information comes new opinions.
That's exactly right.
What's your new opinions on the hope for this Broncos defense?
So his first number is 43.9. That's the average net yardage allowed by the Broncos defense on a per-possession basis in the last 2 games. So every time the Colts or the Chargers started a drive, that drive didn't end until about 44 yards later. And Cecil, I'm not the best mathematician. I think Northland High School did me all right. I would say if you gain 44 yards on a drive, you're in scoring range, right?
Yeah,
Be it field goal or take your shot
That's
at the end zone.
4 first downs.
4 first downs
Think
on
of it.
every single drive.
Yep.
And they had, 8 all of last week?
Yeah.
9 all of last week?
Yeah.
And they're giving up 4 per possession. Now, they still rank, as Mace writes, 11th in the league in net yards allowed. That's because the Titans totally stink, and they weren't able to do anything. So it's kind of bringing it back down to life, or up to life, I should say.
Right.
But 4 first downs and 44 yards on every single possession against the Colts and the Chargers. That's not a confident defense.
No, and that's bend but don't break, but what if you break?
Mm-hmm. And then they broke in the fourth quarter.
Right, and that's the thing. And we can take the Tennessee numbers and that adjust the season-long numbers. But here's the problem with the Denver Broncos. They can beat bad teams. What about good teams? What about their record? I heard the Drive talking about it last night. What about their record against winning teams? It's not great, Bob.
No.
So you're going to face a lot of winning teams coming up. Some losing teams as well. But, you've got to handle business against the best in the league, or else you're not a Super Bowl contender. So the reel for the Denver Broncos is set to come through, but they've already dug themselves a hole with this performance. And I understand, Vance Joseph, bend but don't break. Do you have to bend as much? 44 yards each possession, 4 first downs allowed each possession. With the new kickoff rules, you're starting at the 30.
Yeah.
You're starting at the 35.
That's what I mean. You're getting near the red zone every
There's
single time
40
you touch the
yards.
ball.
You're inside the 10.
Yeah.
Or at least you're in field goal range. You're almost automatically in field goal range when you face the Denver Broncos. And that's not what you want to be defensively. You've got to be better. So I understand bend but don't break. They held him to a field goal. Yeah, but in the meantime, they gained 44 yards, took a bunch of time off the clock, and still got points.
Mm-hmm.
While your offense is going 3 and out. You can't have both.
Right.
You can be bend but don't break. If this offense is, I almost said a word that I can't say on the air. If this offense is the snip, snap, snap,
yeah,
you know what I was going to say. Then bend but don't break.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but they got 3, but the Broncos getting 7.
Right.
And they get 3, but then Bo Nix gets 7. That the math doesn't work when your offense is like a turtle on its back and it just can't do anything. So, yeah, I think they need to kind of feed off each other. Whereas offense isn't doing it. Defense, we can't bend as much.
To put it into perspective all right, so if every team's averaging 44 yards when they have the ball against the Broncos, use that number versus the first 3 drives of the Broncos on Sunday, 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, 13 total yards. So if we're using those numbers, the Broncos in their first 3 drives had 13 yards. The Chargers would get 132. If that's the math, and that's what we're doing. You give up 44 yards every time you're out on the field, and the Broncos put 13. So after 3 possessions, it was 130, or it could be 132 to 13.
Yeah, on average.
How do you win football games like that?
You don't. And then you're fighting. It's almost like they dig themselves a hole in the game, like they've dug themselves a hole in the season. So that means if we fast forward this thing, the way you do one thing is the way you do everything. They're going to dig a hole. They're going to climb out of it. They're going to get close, and they're going to lose in the end. So that means they're going to dig a hole. They're going to climb out of it. They'll be in the playoffs and then get waxed again. Does anybody want that?
No, that's not progress.
Last year, that was fun. Oh, my God, they made a wild card. Everybody, they're back. This year, you want steps. You want progress. Greg Penner has even said that to Andrew Mason. So give us the damn progress, man. And that means being better so you don't dig yourself a hole, so that you're more legitimate in the postseason when you're facing all those good teams that right now you can't beat.
Next number is 71, and it's 71% of the series in the final 6 minutes of regulation or overtime that have ended in scores or at minimum scoring opportunities when the Broncos defense had a lead or were tied. This goes back to week 13 of last season, where 71%, this is what you were just talking about, bend but don't break. Some instances they are not breaking, and you do hold a team out, but they have a scoring opportunity. 71% of those drives end in scores or scoring opportunities. That's the definition of breaking and not bending.
Yes, and Mace did it. He added on Orange and Blue Today last night, where he took everything of every Vance Joseph defense with the Broncos, even as head coach, and he looked at the final minutes, right? I believe it was 5 minutes. So the final 5 minutes, 50% of the time, they're allowing a touchdown to win the game from the opponent. Wow. 50% of the time.
Whoa.
There's another 20% where the opponent has an opportunity, but it's a blocked field goal or a missed field goal. And then the other, 30% of the time, math, they actually prevent you from getting in scoring position.
30% of the time they do their
But
job.
50% of the time you're losing. And if you add in that other 20%, it'd be 70% of the time they're having an opportunity to win the game. It's just they miss once in a while.
Right.
That's not what you want. Bend but don't break doesn't work when your offense can't score.
That's a very discouraging number there. 30%. 30% of the time they do their job. This ain't baseball. You don't get to Hall of Fame because you're a 30%er. Right?
This ain't Sex Panther.
Right.
60% of the time, it works every time. It smells like pure gasoline.
I'm not going to lie. My nostrils are burning.
It stings the nostrils.
The next number is 0. The number of times that Sean Payton coached teams have finished with a winning record after starting 1 and 3 or worse. So, Cecil, we said it. We had the whole social media video. We got another one popping today on Denver Sports about must wins that we were talking about with the Chargers game. Again, have a tough time calling anything a must win in September when people are getting fired or getting replaced. But, man, 0? So you're telling me if the Broncos lose to the Bengals on Monday night, there's 0% chance they're going to the playoffs. That's what history would tell us.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Scares the hell out of me.
And that's why, I know Sean Payton's kind of protecting this guy in his press conference. He's protecting Bo Nix, which is good. That's what a good head coach would do and should do. But at the same time, man, the internal pressure, we're not seeing any of it. We won't see any of it. We won't see it in the locker room. We won't see it at the podium. But the internal pressure is there to win this thing, to be the Broncos team that you can be. And that means a big win over Cincinnati. Not a close one. Not a, hey, you got by. Hey, thank goodness for home cooking there at Empower Field at Mile High. No, you got to get a good one. Get a good one this week. Get this thing back on track at a 500 record.
Last one, and this is certainly making me lose all my confidence in the defense, 250.3. Mason writes, that's the passing yards allowed per game by the Broncos since week 13 of last year. That includes the postseason, and if you go through that stretch, giving up 250.3 yards passing per game, Cecil, that is good for dead last in the NFL. Since week 13 of last year, the Broncos' pass defense is dead last in the NFL.
Okay.
That's a team with Patrick Surtain on it.
Yep.
Dead last in the NFL.
Defensive Player of the Year. That's a team with well-paid Nick Bonito, well-paid Zach Allen, well-paid Pat Surtain.
You went and got Hufanga. You went and got, you got Greenlaw. He's just not here. He's not even a real guy.
You did get him.
Right.
He's just not out there. So
dead last. So in regards to our conversation yesterday, you were right. I was wrong. You're smart. I'm very dumb. You're attractive. I'm not good looking. I had to say that part.
Okay. Yeah. We've got a reputation out there. This show does. We're the best looking show on the Fan. Point blank period.
That's true. I won't argue that.
We get a lot of Bradley Cooper and Keanu stuff.
Yeah.
So I'll just say it, right?
Yeah.
We're better looking than Mike Evans, Mark Schlereth, Brandon Stokely, Zach Bye, or Philip Lindsay.
I would agree with you on that.
The hotties are on this show.
That's right.
Why do you think the Latina baddies are on this show?
We do get a lot of texts about Latina baddies.
That's for sure.
Share your guys' links. Come on. All right. That's what's happening with Mace's numbers column. Always love reading that. Looking forward to it on Tuesdays. What did Sean Payton say to Bo Nix after watching the film? And how big of a deal are these missed deep balls by Bo? Find out from Sean next.
The Broncos couldn't finish off the Chargers and missed a golden opportunity to gain ground in the AFC West. With an uphill battle ahead of them, can Denver get back on track and keep pace within the division? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
Football is here, and Fitness Gallery's fall football sale is your playbook for a winning home gym. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit any of our 7 stores from Denver to Fort Collins and score big before the sale ends.
They say there's no such thing as a free lunch, but not true, I say. Hey, everybody, Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040, and I'm here to tell you about the best, absolute best free meal in all of Denver. Times are tight right now. You go to the grocery store, things are insane. So we all could use a little bit of help. No questions asked. Anybody that needs it can come by every first and third Thursday. Here's how it works. You pull up, you pop your trunk. They put free groceries for the week in your trunk, and they say, how many hot meals do you need? We pass those to you right through your window, and this is good stuff. This is not soup kitchen stuff. I smoke these meats personally. Delicious pulled pork. I got my special secret Chipotle chicken recipe. It is fantastic. Please help us spread the word. Anybody that needs it, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road every first and third Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me personally. It's Dan Jacobs at 303-LAW 4040.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Heads up, pros. Now's your chance to unlock deeper savings. The Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred pricing can help you save thousands on the products your business uses the most. But the current benefit ends November 15th. Don't miss out. Registration for the new program is free and easy. Just bring your tax ID or business or contractor's license to the Pro Desk. Register now to lock in the best wholesale prices before it's too late.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Parking shouldn't slow you down. ParkWiz gives every driver a shortcut. Book ahead, save up to 50%, and skip the hassle of circling the block. Park smarter, park faster. ParkWiz. Download the ParkWiz app and save when you park.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auctions.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
This song has one of my favorite lines. I'd love to scream it someday.
Yeah.
What's he say? I need a grocery bag full of money to the VIP section, please. I'd like to say that at some point.
But then my mind goes, paper or plastic?
Whatever you want. I'm just going to do that thing. You know, I've always wanted to do that anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, bring me a...
You've never made it rain?
No.
Really?
No.
Okay.
You're aware of what I do for a living, right?
You can make it rain with quarters.
I was going to say, I've thrown quarters at people a few times.
Ching, ching, ching.
I've seen those quarters picked up in interesting ways.
Right. Sounds like we have some research to do. All right, let's hear about Sean Payton. Let's hear from Sean about Bo and these deep throws, man. It's what we're all hyper-focused on. We know he missed the three. I said it yesterday. I don't want to give him a pass or forget about the missed throw to Cortland Sutton on third down on the second drive where he's late and hits the wrong shoulder. That was kind of my indication of like, oof, he didn't improve from where it was last week, and then it continued to see misses over and over. And we said this earlier. Sean really didn't sound like he was concerned with
Not at
this.
all.
Sounds like, from what you're about to hear, there is a lot that Sean's concerned with, but it's not Bo's arm.
The conversations relative with the Q would not be those two deep balls on 3rd and 23 or 3rd and 11. The conversation would be throughout the game relative to plays we're getting in and out of, location throws, 3rd down. I mean, a lot's been made, I think, of the two long balls, and I'll be honest with you, and that again, driving in this morning, that'd be like 50th on my to-do list item.
50th on his to-do list item. Now, it wasn't there, and the conference calls are super short, so I'm not even – I'd love to take the shots at some of the media, but I'm not even doing that here. The follow-up then is like, okay, well, what does he need to do better? And I don't think it's any secret, and I'm sure Sean would even go to that if he shared any information, is obviously footwork. He's got to be more comfortable in the pocket and throwing the football. That's what we talked about, that jump throw where he overthrows Marvin Mims, just that weird excitement. And then we said it going back into that Colts game. He had a really good throw. Was it the Colts game? Rolling to his left, Troy Franklin down the left sideline, right? That's great, and he's accurate throwing the football. That should be few and far between, especially right now when he's struggling with so many other things. You want to climb, not east and west, left and right, whatever it is. Climb, plant, and throw. It's been very few that I've seen Bo Nix. 3 games now.
Yeah.
And him climbing the ladder, planting a foot, and throwing it with some direction. I mean, I could probably count on one hand the amount of times I've seen that.
I was a little bit nervous in training camp because we saw too many times Bo Nix was throwing off platform. Now he can do it, but it's not what you want him to do a majority of the time. And doesn't it seem like he's moving off his spot? Again, I do not believe he's seeing ghosts, but he's performing in a way where he's feeling pressure when it's not there, when he's not stepping into a throw that he's going to get hit on, which is what you have to do, by the way. Sorry, that's just the way it is. You want to avoid as many big hits as you possibly can, but as a quarterback, sometimes you've got to step into that throw, know you're going to take a shot, but know you're going to score a touchdown on that throw. And Bo Nix doesn't have the proclivity to do that. So why is this happening? Why is this becoming a bad habit? I know he can throw off platform. That is a big bonus. But him throwing off platform all the time is a bad habit that is developing and is going to be difficult to break unless Sean breaks him now. And Sean breaks him by calling plays where it's a simple 3-step, bam, get it out of your hands. Where are the slants at? Where are the slants? Michael Thomas was called the slant god in New Orleans. And hey, Sean, we're going to talk about New Orleans again, right? Maybe he likes it. And I love when Sean yesterday was like, yeah, driving into work and I hear all this. Oh, I know where you hear it, Sean, because you're listening to Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth. All your buddies, except Mike.
But Mike really wants to be your buddy, Sean.
He does want to be your buddy.
You have an opening.
Everybody wants to be your buddy, Sean. But first, we want this team to win games. We want Bo Nix to look better. Stop having stuff that makes him go off platform. Make it easier. And when he does go off platform, that's a bonus. That's a good thing. But have structured, quick slants. Where's the quick game? Why is it when they go hurry up, they look better?
Because Bo's thinking less?
Why is it when Sean calls a play, Bo runs a play? Not Bo up there changing this, changing that. No. Sean calls a play, they run the play. They go hurry up, they go tempo. I would advise, especially against a defense like Cincinnati, you can kind of debut this where you use tempo as a weapon. It's worked plenty of times in the NFL. Sometimes it's worked against the Broncos, where tempo is the weapon. It worked against 2015 Broncos. Like, you could go tempo against them. Not much worked against that defense, but sometimes, just sometimes, don't at me, bro, tempo would work. So how about using tempo, hurry up offense for Bo Nix to help him out and get him more comfortable quicker?
I mean, you've said it this week, and I think it's a great take. It's take stuff off Bo's plate. He clearly can't handle everything that you're asking him to do right now. So take some of that off of his plate, play with a little bit of tempo, and then it becomes less about, hey, what am I going to do here that can lead to the success of the next play? It's just what's right in front of me. Let's execute. Let's get the ball down or placed by the referee so that we can continue to play against this clock. I love that idea. It's more, I don't even want to say it's more chaotic, because if the operation is right, it's not more chaotic. It's just the same as huddling up and getting to the line, but it's just, you're taking 3-4 steps out of a quarterback's brain by just executing what's in front of you.
Yeah, and you've got the weapons to be able to do that. Why isn't Pat Bryant used more on slants? He got the Michael Thomas comparison, right? Mm-hmm. Michael Thomas was pretty good from the jump.
Dude, how many times have you even seen Pat Bryant on the field?
Not many.
Me neither.
Not enough. but you need to have sustained drives to be able to do that. They're going 3 and out all the time to begin games. They're struggling, and it's themselves.
See,
they are the problem.
I don't know that I'd force it to be Pat Bryant, but when you said quick slant, I thought of Cortland right away. I said earlier you got to get him involved. Why, if you see the one-on-one outside and Cortland's the only wide receiver on that side and the next closest defender is your outside linebacker, how is that not a thigh hit, a wink, a thumbs up, a thumbs down, whatever the signal is, and go, hey, I see it, you see it, that's where the ball's going.
Right.
It's not that difficult. Again, we try to make football be this tough, crazy game.
You guys don't get it.
You'll never understand it.
You don't get it.
It's not that hard to understand. My guy's better than your guy, and you don't have help within 7 yards. I'm going to throw him the ball.
The best thing about football, and you're probably going to hate this, it's the best thing about football. It's not a game of inches. It's a game of angles. It's geometry. So when you see that open, you think of everything in a triangle when you look defensively at football. If you see that second defender on court isn't there, that's an automatic to court. It's usually going to be on the other side. Court should be doubled up or at least have the threat of a second defender, so that's going to prevent a quick slant. But it should be on the right side all the time.
Yeah.
Every single time. Forget the tight end. The tight end doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Okay?
You know what? I've actually forgot the tight end.
I was feeling good until you reminded me that they don't have a tight end.
Yeah, and actually, you see, you're judging me right there. You said I wouldn't like geometry. Dude, I like geometry so much I took it twice in high school. Mr. Ennis both times, too.
Okay.
I called him Coach. He hated it. I'm like, dude, that's a cool name.
He hated being called Coach?
Yeah. He's like, you have to call me Mr. Ennis. And I'm like, you're Coach. Coaching me up on these math problems.
Okay.
I wasn't good at geometry. What was your best subject?
History.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say, it couldn't be math. I've heard you execute.
It's not math. It's definitely not math.
Mine neither, brother. So we're on the same page. All right, so there you go. A couple things that Bo needs to do better, and this has to start immediately with the Bengals and then the tough test that comes in Philadelphia in a couple of weeks from right now. All right, we're already here. Time to check our X. What's on the timeline that you need to know about? Well, Cecil mentioned it earlier, and I want to dive deeper into it. You're going to be seeing and hearing from Pat Surtain II a whole lot more starting tomorrow. We'll tell you the details on that coming up next.
Ralphie 7 ran wild at Folsom Field, and the Buffs rolled over the Cowboys in a much-needed win. Can Coach Prime and company keep the momentum rolling as they begin their slate of conference play in the Big 12? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities, so do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Injured in an accident? Don't just hope for help. Demand results. At Postman Law, we handle it all. Car crash, workplace injury, or wrongful death. We deliver fast, effective, and personalized legal representation, powered by a team that's recovered over $3 billion for clients nationwide. We have taken on some of the biggest companies in the country and won. Our tech-driven approach means your case moves fast with clear updates every step of the way. So when you call 844-POSTMAN, you know you're getting speed, ease, and results. You're not just another case. You're a person who deserves justice. And from the moment you call, we're in your corner. You'll have a dedicated attorney and case manager fighting to get you every dollar you deserve. And remember, you don't pay unless we win. So don't wait. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free case review. That's 844-POSTMAN. Because others promise, Postman Law delivers.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR, advancedhair.com.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown." Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me.
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss. Presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your X.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that X.
Twitter, unfollow.
Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
What is happening on our timeline? We check our X at 11:45 every single day. We'd love for you to follow us along on X and all social media. At Joshua Dover for me, at Cecil Lammy for him. And then Instagram, TikTok, all that good stuff. Follow us over there as well. Cease, you mentioned this earlier, but I'm looking at a tweet from at Pat Surtan2 here, and it's a quote tweet from a new Closed on Sundays podcast Twitter page, and Pat writes, "Set your calendar." Terry Arnold and Pat Surtan, a couple of DBs that go back, are starting their own podcast, and it will debut tomorrow, premiering on Wednesday. A DB duo podcast here. The name's pretty clever there.
Yeah,
Closed on Sundays.
Closed on Sundays. I like that.
I will say this. Now everybody has their own sort of bag of what they like and don't like. I listen to plenty of podcasts. In fact, like that's kind of what I consume. I've listened to music from time to time. Usually music is for the golf course for me when I play that country slapper playlist that Kevin put together for me. I don't consume a lot of sports outside of watching the games and then doing what we do. Like sports podcasts aren't really my jam. I love comedy podcasts. The Honeydew, I think, is the best podcast of all time with comedian Ryan Sickler. That's what I consume. So I get enough sports in my life for what I do for work and how much I like to watch. So in my downtime, I don't consume more sports. So I'm out on this, but I think there's going to be a lot of people that love it.
There's going to be a lot of people that are in on this, but is Pat Surtan going to say anything? Because other than calling himself lazy a week ago, like he really doesn't say a whole lot. So when the podcast was announced, I was like, cool name. Damn it, because I'm the name guy. I love names like that. So that's a great name. Unless they play the Colts, right? Closed on Sunday, except unless you play Daniel Jones. Then you're wide open.
Yeah.
Wide open. And then I thought, wait, Pat Surtan doesn't say anything. And then I thought, oh, God, now all the blog boys are going to simp on Pat Surtan. Pat, your podcast is the best, Pat. Can I be on your podcast, Pat? You're the greatest, Pat. You got that gold shield on your logo, on the logo on your jersey, Pat. So part of the grumpy side of me is like, I don't need guys doing this during the regular season, but maybe that's an old head mentality of like, they can't do anything except play football. Yeah, well, when you're 1-2,
well, I will say
you're 3-0, you announce a podcast, you go, oh, hey, that's cute. You're 1-2, you go,
I mean, I will say, like, you're not an old head. You're like the furthest thing from an old head, except outside of your actual age. But
I'll take that.
You know what I mean? You're not an old head.
Right.
So I would say this, like, I get that from the older perspective, but they have a day off every week. They have a Tuesday off every week, right? You kind of have Sundays off, not really, but you sometimes maybe have a Saturday afternoon off, and you have a side hobby, right? And a side hustle and all the things. And I have a couple of days off a week, and during the fall it turns into one day off a week, but I would hate for my boss to be like, you can't do this on your day off. And I'm like, yo, it's my day off.
Yeah.
I can do whatever I want on my day off. You're not my boss during that time. So I can kind of see it from that perspective. And I mean, you've seen it before. These ex-athlete or current athlete podcasts, it's just such an easy money grab because you hire a sales staff. They actually sell stuff. It's a really interesting concept. They sell stuff, and then they make easy money on a podcast because you go to a business, you go, you heard of Pat Surtain, right? You want to be a part of his product? And they go, yeah, Pat Surtain.
Please.
I don't even have to listen. Heck yeah, I want to be a part of it.
Right.
It's just an easy, quick cash grab, and they're not going to say anything.
They shouldn't. Because you don't want to be like Michael Jr. Porter.
He says too much.
He says way too much on podcasts all the time. So, yeah, it's interesting. It's a money grab. And congrats to Pat Surtain. You know, let's
will you take it in? Are you a sports podcast guy?
Zero. I'm sports podcast. No.
Yeah, I'm out on that.
No, not at all. Not at all. Podcasts, yes. YouTube for sure. Mm-hmm. But it's usually stuff that has nothing to do with sports.
And if you're into sports podcasts, well, then find Dover and Cecil and listen to it every single day, right? That's what we're looking for.
Thank you.
Last one for me, Cecil. We'll get through it real quick. Coach Michael Malone, we said he's going to be on ESPN throughout the NBA season because he didn't get hired as a coach. And he was on NBA Sirius satellite radio with Frank Isola, who I really do like, talking about what he actually wants to do besides be a broadcaster.
All right, Mike, you have a chance here to become a big star in TV. Would that be okay for you, or are you thinking at some point you'd like to get back into coaching?
In my heart, Frank, I'm a coach. I'm the son of a coach. It's definitely something I'd love to get back in. I still have a bad taste in my mouth with how things ended in Denver, and I'd love to go out on my own terms. With that being said, what I've learned over my many years in this league is how important it is to go to work every day with people you care about, you trust, you respect, and that are all pulling in the same direction. So when I have a chance to go back into the NBA, I just want to make sure I'm working with a group of people that are like-minded and share a common vision and are willing to do whatever it takes to make that vision become a reality. And if that situation pops up, I would love to get back on that sideline. I'm a competitor, I'm a teacher, and I am a coach first and foremost. TV star second.
Let me interpret that for you. I'll never work for Calvin Booth with Calvin Booth or the Cronkies again.
Yeah.
That's what he just said.
I think that's a good translation. Michael Malone translator.
Yeah,
I'm a TV star. He's really good on TV.
He is good on TV.
He's really good on TV. I just think it's too much in his blood to be a coach, to be on the sidelines, to be yelling at guys, to be talking to the media. Like, I think it's just too much there for him to ignore that. If he wanted to, he could make a bunch of money. It's less work. TV is work, but it's less work than being a head coach in the NBA.
He doesn't have the game plan. He just takes the notes that have been given to him and reads them.
If somebody's smart, they should throw a whole bunch of money at him to stay. We'll see if they do that.
Like he said, though, he's a coach. You could triple his salary as to what it would be in the NBA, and if he got offered a coaching job, he'd turn that dough down.
He'd take it. It doesn't scratch the itch.
Yeah, exactly.
Like doing TV doesn't scratch the itch unless he's completely done, as Bill Cowher was years ago when he just stopped coaching and he still could have coached, still could have made a bunch of money, but he found a home on TV.
And by the way, Michael Malone has teenage daughters, and I'm sure you get to be a part of that and be more involved in that. But his oldest daughter's, a year away from going to college? And then the youngest daughter, certainly not too far behind there. I'll go out on a limb here. I'm sure Mrs. Malone would like him to do something. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Not just hang around at the house, and I'm sure he's down for it, too. All right, Cease, what is on your timeline?
All right, this one made the rounds on Twitter yesterday. Lane Kiffin's daughter hard launched her new boyfriend today, who plays for LSU.
Okay.
Ole Miss LSU, right?
So
And,
wait, she's like announcing this is my man's?
Yeah. And he plays for the opponent. And Lane says, take the over.
Okay.
Because everyone was like, what's Lane Kiffin going to say about that? And like they had kept it secret for the most part until now.
Yeah.
Lane Kiffin did respond and said, take the over.
Oh, dude.
Okay.
All right, this actually, now I've got to ask you a question. You have a daughter.
Yeah, I have two.
You have two lovely daughters. What if one of them were dating a die-hard Raiders fan? How would you feel about that?
I would sabotage the relationship at every single turn.
Dude, I'd get to come over. We would do the bad boys thing. I just got out of prison, and we're talking to the new guy.
Right. Exactly. That's what you do.
Yeah.
Again, it's all about who you're around. Who you're around. But I just thought that was funny, Lane Kiffin, because people, before he had responded, people were like, what's he going to say? He plays for LSU. What's he going to say? And then he's like, take the over.
Kevin, what if
playing along?
Kevin, if you met a beautiful young lady and sparks were flying, right, and it was going perfect the whole time, and then you sit down to watch a football game for the first time, and she throws on a Raiders jersey, what do you do?
How hot is she?
We're talking 10 with some money.
John Elway married a Raider cheerleader. If John can
Rationale,
do it,
I like
I'm
that.
in.
That's
Wow.
it. Smart man.
That is a great play.
God bless John Elway.
Smart man, that Kevin Kistner. All right, Cease.
Yeah, and again, we go back to everyone talking about Jackson Dart coming in for Russell Wilson. Is anybody surprised? Is anybody surprised? That seems to be all the kind of the Twitter news cycle today is like, they're going to Jackson Dart. He's Drew Lock. Until we see him change and grow, Giants, because people talking about what are the Broncos going to do now because it's Jackson Dart. And I know the Jets game in London could provide complications in terms of just the travel schedule. So, yeah, Jackson Dart is in. That's looking more like a win, but it was always looking like a win against the Giants. But the Broncos have to look good because right now, whether or not you believe PFF is on Kev's list now.
Nice, Kev.
Did you see the numbers floating around?
Yep.
The 32nd ranked quarterback, according to PFF, is none other than Bo Nix. So the questions are there. People are having the conversation. We're having the conversation, but we're also looking at it from a lens of, okay, it's going to take time. Jackson Dart may not look good in what will be, math. It's going to be his fourth start because he's starting this week. They play him in week 7.
Okay.
So he starts 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
Jackson Dart's fourth start. There's going to be film on him. He's probably not going to look real good, and the Broncos had better look good themselves. So, yeah, that's kind of making the rounds today on the old Twitter machine.
I'm honestly a little intrigued by Jackson Dart. I'm not saying he's going to come in here and light the world on fire, but I do have some interest as to what it's going to look like and if he can figure it out.
When you have Malik Neighbors,
Yeah.
throw it up.
And I liked their running back room a year ago. It's been MIA so far this year.
Cam Scatterboo.
Yeah, you add Cam to that room. So I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. And to be honest, you can call me a hater all you want. I am a hater. I'm always rooting for Russell Wilson to fail. So he failed. I feel good about that.
Is James Marilat okay? Did we do
we should check on Jimmy.
a wellness check on James?
Somebody get back there to his office to make sure everything's
How many
all right.
jerseys is he going to have by the time Russell Wilson is done playing?
He's just got a collection in the closet.
He's going to spend so much money.
I wonder if he'll get the Montreal Alouettes one that's coming up next year. Maybe I'll buy that one for James, the Russell Wilson CFL jersey. That's what's on our timeline as we check our X every day at 11:45. Let's get into our lunch hour, having a conversation about Bo Nix and a timeline. Plus, the timeline of what it needs to be for Bo Nix to succeed and what he has to do in said timeline. That's coming up next.
Have the Broncos already revealed a troubling trend in the first month of the season?
Get the Broncos in a close game and they'll beat themselves. Broncos will Bronco eventually.
They haven't been able to close out games, and that's what good teams do. Good teams find ways to win both of those games, and then you're sitting at 3-0. It's frustrating because you look up and you look at where you could have been, and now what do you have in front of you?
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
More than a few of our patients have talked to me about their first time, but it's not the first time you're probably thinking about. It's the first time that erectile dysfunction ruined the moment. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're over 50, it's likely you've had that first time yourself. But the good news is that if you're like most men, that first time can be the last time that ED impacts your sex life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men using protocols with success rates well over 90%. And those treatments have, in most cases, made sex great again for both them and their partners. You could even find that you're performing like you haven't in years. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time that happens the last time that happens. For just $99, you'll receive blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Brandon Stokely here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Do you need a new furnace, air conditioner, or heat pump? ROX Rocks Heating and Air makes it incredibly easy with their new, free, no obligation online heating and cooling quote. It takes less than 5 minutes and gives you options instantly. No calls, no waiting, and transparent pricing. Only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Who wants the lowest rate for life?
I
do. Everyone does, but it's only U.S. Mortgages. Lock in a low rate today, and if rates fall in the future, we will redo your loan and lower your rate without any lender fees, including the appraisal. There's no limit to the number of times you can do this. Always have the lowest rate for life. Get our 475 5-year fixed rate, 5.89 APR. Call 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Hey, sports fans, did you know that O'Mara owns GMC on 104th? It's true, and now it's time to check them out.
That's right, and O'Mara GMC announces the lowest lease payments of the year. GMC Hummer, just $549. Sierra 1500, just $479.
Wow, lease a GMC Hummer for only $549 a month or a Sierra 1500 for just $479.
That's O'Mara GMC on 104th. OmaraGMC.com.
Stock TU 601245, 26 GMC Hummer EV, stock SZ 146350, 25 GMC Sierra 1500. See website for complete details.
Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. It's football season, and did you know that I am the reigning fan staff champion in the King Supers Football Pick'em? Yep, Stokely, Schlereth, Zach By, Cecil Lemmy, none of them can hang with the judge when it comes to football. Just like those made-for-TV lawyers can't hang with me in the courtroom. When you've been hurt in a car accident, you want the real deal, which is what you get when you call 303 Law 4040. Not some made-for-TV character. When you call 303 Law 4040, you speak directly with me or my lovely wife, Kimberly, not some call center overseas. And you get to meet with us in person for free. We never take a dime unless we win for you. Plus, no ridiculous fees like those TV characters. You were the one that was hurt, so the doctors and the lawyers shouldn't take all the money. So go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040. 303 Law 4040.
Most business owners and decision makers work hard but stay frustrated because customers simply don't know they exist. Marketing isn't about being flashy. It's about making sure people understand how you solve their problem. Audio, video, and online campaigns put your message where your customers are already paying attention. And your friends at DenverSports, they specialize in connecting customers to businesses. The moment you get clear and show up consistently, growth follows. Don't stay the best kept secret in town. Visit DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise with Us button and start growing today.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Fitness Gallery, selling the world's finest fitness equipment.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
being a part of the tribe. If you're new to it and you're just checking us out here on your lunch break, thank you for giving us an opportunity here, giving us a chance to be a part of your work day, and we call ourselves the tribe. You plus us equals the tribe. And we always want to give you guys a chance to be shouted out here on the show. We start the show every day at 10 a.m. with a little tribe roll call asking you who you are, where you are, what you're doing for a buck. You want to continue to send those in? We can probably make room in our lunch hour as well to give you and your company a shout out on the show. Send them in on YouTube. Just search Denver Sports on YouTube. Click the Dover and Cecil stream. You can watch, you can comment all right there, or you can come to the ramoslaw.com text line, 303-713-1043.
You've got a special shout out from basketball that you have yet to make yet.
I have.
Sometimes, like, I go to the Roxborough gas station to get my beautiful breakfast burritos.
Yeah.
I'll see people, but I might not be dressed appropriately because I'm like basketball shorts, tank top, smelly, no shower, and then someone will be like, "Hey, Cecil Lammy." I'm like,
You're
"Oh,
like, good
God.
timing."
You caught me at the wrong time. I think your guy caught you at the wrong time last night because you didn't have a bad game, but your team had a bad game.
I was upset. We lost in our rec league, and I take it way too serious, so I do get upset. And shout out to my guy Josiah. You could tell, there was some yelling going on and things like that. It's basketball, you get competitive, and he came over in the handshake line. You're dapping up the guys, and you're like, "Hey, good job kicking our ass. This was fun. Nice work.
Way to go.
Really enjoyed
Good job."
And he comes over and he's like, "Hey, you're Josh Dover?" And I'm like, "Yeah, why?" I'm like, "Oh God, that's the wrong way to do it. I'm sorry, Josiah, for that." And then he said, "Dude, part of the tribe, love the show. You and Cecil are rocking it every single day." And then reached out on Twitter as well after the game. So Josiah, shout out to you for saying hello. I got a damn good basketball team over there in our Denver league at the Southwest Recreation Center. Really cool to see him. And sorry if I was a jerk. I was emotional.
Playing basketball, man.
Yeah.
It means a lot to you.
It does.
Nothing wrong with that.
Probably too much at 41 years old. But, yeah, shout out to Josiah for saying hello. There's actually a handful of really cool dudes in that league that listen to the show, and we get to talk back and forth. Heck, my guys on my team do it. So shout out to everybody over there. And hello to you, Josiah. And next time I'll be less of a jerk. I promise you that. All right. Again, keep your texts coming in, 303-713-1043. I asked you what you would do if if your daughter was dating a Raiders
fan, right.
Somebody wrote in, if your daughter's dating a Raiders fan, he's probably not afraid of prison. Introduce him to Jesus. And that's why we love the tribe. Because you guys think like we think.
You get it.
That's absolutely right.
You quote movies, you're one of us.
Yeah, 100%. You're quoting movies, you're slamming Mountain Dew, you're upset about the Broncos and the way they've played. That's tribe membership.
And
right
you're
there.
blue collar, you didn't grow up on third base.
Yeah.
Thinking you hit a triple.
Right.
Yeah. You're one of us.
Right. And if you did grow up on third base, you invite your boys over,
Invite us over.
Let's see how you're living. All right, so I want to get into this conversation, and I do want the tribe to be a part of this. I want to decide and collectively agree upon a timeline for Bo Nix.
Okay.
And really, we can say a timeline for rookie quarterbacks, but I don't really give a damn about other rookie quarterbacks. I really only care about Bo Nix. He plays for the team I like. So a timeline for Bo Nix when we can definitively say, yo, he's it, or man, he is not it. And despite all your hot takes on social media and the corners of your favorite dive bar, you can't make that decision right now. It's not enough of a sample size. 19, 20 games. Yeah, you can get an idea, but it's not going to tell the entire story of one Bo Nix. So you said it yesterday. I always used my conversation a couple of years ago with a guy like Brady Quinn, who he never really figured out, and he was telling me about that. Like, it's 3 years, and it's not even 3 years until you master. It's 3 years until you're comfortable inside of an offense. Bo actually has the benefit, and the first time in his football life, same coordinator and same quarterback coach. This year, Sean Payton, Davis Webb, and Bo Nix are doing it for the second straight year. Bo's never had that in his life. Sean and Bo are going to be tied at the hip together for as long as this thing goes. Davis Webb, you and I feel the same way. This is a short-term play for Davis. He's going to get elevated and promoted to do something else sooner rather than later.
He'll be the league's next Kevin O'Connell.
I think so, too. And Kevin O'Connell, we can see, just give him a quarterback and he'll figure something out with that quarterback. So do we call it that? Is that fair that it's a 3-year timeline for rookie quarterback, specifically Bo Nix?
I think that's fair for every single quarterback out there. Some are faster and they're accelerant, just like wide receivers. Some guys show up and they immediately ball out. Some guys take 3 years to get going. 3 years is the number. You can grade a draft as soon as it's done, because if you can't, just take Jeremy Crawshaw #1 overall instead of Cam Ward.
Yeah.
Because you can't grade a draft, right? I don't know. So you can grade it, but you don't get a true representation of that grade until we're 3 years into this thing. And yeah, it sucks, and yeah, you got to have patience, and you want Bo Nix to perform right away, and you want him to push and be the best ever right now. That doesn't happen. It rarely happens, I should say. Like, it's something that just takes time, and that's where the Broncos have the benefit of that, so long as the rest of the team picks up the slack. Because while you have a rookie quarterback under contract, you're going to be able to pay guys. Have they paid the defense other than JFM?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've paid the defense.
They paid everybody they can pay.
Why is the defense stinking? Like, come on. Like the money has been placed in the right spot. It's an investment. You've invested in this Broncos defense. You should. You got some great players. They are not playing together cohesively, and they're bend but don't break, and they're bending way too much. Way too much. So you need the support of the entire team while Bo Nix grows and learns, and here's why. And this is the most dangerous thing that I could possibly say when it comes to Bo Nix. You do not want him thinking he himself has to do too much too soon. If you do that, you will break him. No matter how strong and mentally tough, and Auburn taught him a lot, like, no matter what you do with Bo Nix, if he thinks, I got to do everything because my defense stinks today, that's going to put him in a bad spot. Then he's going to start having lazy mechanics. Then he's going to start throwing off platform. Oh, my God, that's what's happening. You got to stop it right now. Bad habits are being formed with Bo Nix. Sean Payton, it is on you to stop this thing. Tell your defense, tell Vance Joseph, hey, come on, man. Come on, this bend but don't break. Don't bend so damn much, especially while this offense is kind of figuring things out. Run the ball more. Use quick slants. Get the ball out of Bo's hands. Let him distribute it in the way that he wants to, but not on off-platform broken plays. Have plays that work called up immediately. Get off to hot starts. Set up Bo Nix the best way, but stop these bad habits now. It's week 4. If we're still talking about this in week 14, it's in trouble, even with a year left to truly evaluate Bo. We're going to know, because is he the franchise guy or not? I believe he is. I personally believe that Bo Nix is a franchise quarterback. Don't ruin him.
Yeah, and I would even say, if it continues this way, we'll know before week 14. If you don't start to show signs of improvement, all right, sure, he didn't turn the ball over, but he also missed 4 big throws, 3 of which would have completely changed the game. So I'm 100% with you, and we will call it that 3-year timeline, end of the 3rd year. So if that's the timeline, Cecil, I'll ask you, I'll answer, and we'll ask the tribe to respond on the text line in the YouTube chat room. What does Bo need to accomplish as an individual? And then, his team, what does he need to lead these Denver Broncos to by the end of, what would that be, the 2027 NFL season?
Yeah, 2027. That's what we're doing.
He has to accomplish, finish the sentence.
He has to accomplish consistency. My word for Bo Nix today is consistency. He needs to be kind of the same guy every single week. Not bad, by the way. I thought Spivak was roaming around to drop in a hot take on Bo Nix.
He's been consistent the last 2 weeks. The wrong kind of
consistently bad. Mm-hmm. Don't do that. Be more consistent in your effort. Know that every week you're game planning for this guy. Be the most dangerous part of the Broncos offense. If you're game planning against the Broncos, even Cincinnati that doesn't play defense, they're like Bill Murray in Space Jam. Whoa, I don't play defense. Yeah. Cincinnati, what are they concerning themselves with this week? Is it really like
against the Broncos?
Hey, man, Bo's on fire. We got to watch out for this guy. Bo Nix, he's so dangerous. Man, he's just out there. He's just plucking you apart. Are they thinking that at all?
You know what they're thinking in Cincinnati? They're thinking, man, those rushing numbers are more impressive than I thought. If we take JK away, the Broncos are very beatable.
Yeah, and that's what they're going to say. They're going to say, take JK away, make Bo Nix beat you, because he has yet to beat you this year. Don't give me the Tennessee thing. Like the 2 games that mattered the most, the Colts and the Chargers, he had failed when it came to beating them and making those big throws in the right moment. So dangerous consistency and a comfort level that he does not have right now. That's what I need to see from Bo Nix, and we've got time to do that, but I want to see more flashes of that happening. The 3 deep shots that he missed, I know Sean kind of brushed it off, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not brushing it off. If one of those hits, then you go, okay, like the other 2, if one of those hits, they win. One, and I know it's a deep shot, and it's I think, 30% accuracy or 30% success rate on such throws. It's a deep shot. Okay, it's a Hail Mary in a way.
Doesn't that, I know there's numbers for everything, but that number is so misleading. Because, okay, you go 30% chance. I mean, come on, man. You missed it at a 30% chance. it feels so much higher than 30% because of how wide open Marvin Mims was.
Right. You're missing wide open guys, and you're overthrowing them, not to keep it away from the defense. Nobody was in picture.
That's what I'm saying. 30% when you're hand fighting and the guy's on your hip.
Right.
All right, I can live with that number.
Sure.
But 30% butt naked wide open, you're 40% too low.
No, that better be 100%.
50% too low.
That better be 100%. Guys wide open in this league. We know college you're wide open all the time. It's the size of this room. In the NFL, it's the size of my laptop screen, if that.
Yeah.
That's open in the NFL. And Bo Nix can make those throws, but wide open, that's the throw you got to make because those don't come up that often.
I love it, man. Consistency is something he absolutely needs. And when you say it, and again, it's your takeaway, I need to see this. But my brain hears, and the way I interpret that is like, I need almost... It's so hard to compare the guys because they play so many basketball games. But you know what I do every time the Nuggets take the floor? I trust in what Nikola Jokic is going to bring. He might score 50 one night. He might dish out 20 assists the other night. He might grab 20 rebounds the next night. And then the fourth night, he might do all of those things in one single game. But you know what you're getting. You know, hey, I don't have to worry about that guy. They're going to bring their best, and they're going to make their teammates better. I think that's how I'm hearing what you're saying. When we know every week, and it doesn't matter who the opponent is or that difficult defensive coordinator on the other side, I know that Bo's going to show up, he's going to be the best version of himself, and he's going to elevate the talent around him. I saw that from Bo in spurts last year, right? A couple of weeks here, then he kind of get back to who he was. Then a couple of more weeks of elevating the talent around him and being one of the better offensive players on the Broncos. I haven't seen that yet this year. In fact, it's been guys like JK that are elevating what this offense is, and not Bo Nix, the future that we both believe is a franchise quarterback. Is that fair for me to kind of hear it that way?
I think it's fair for you to hear it that way. On the wide open throws, Phil in the YouTube chat is reminding me, Phil did say that yesterday. That's one of the hardest ones to throw because you get excited mentally.
Yeah.
And it is, but you still have to make that throw. You're well paid. You know what I mean? You can be excited. Oh, my God, he's wide open. Oh, man, I overthrew him because I'm got that little adrenaline burst.
Yeah.
Now, be precise in what you do. And mainly for Bo, it's the feet. Set your feet, Bo.
Mm-hmm.
These are bad habits that have been developing since the summer. And Sean's it's okay. It's like 50th on my list. How about you bump it up a little bit, Sean? Your quarterback needs to be better. It's your legacy that's on the line.
Mm-hmm.
But Sean Payton's legacy, Sean Payton will be remembered as the guy who couldn't do it without Drew Brees.
That's right.
You want that on your resume, or do you want to be the guy like, I can do it wherever I go. I can win a championship. I'm the quarterback whisperer. Right now, Kevin O'Connell gets more shine in that department than does Sean Payton.
And as he should. He's shown it more as of recently. And look, think about this. Not that Bo Nix would be kicked out of the league, but Bo would survive around the league. If this doesn't work in 3 or 4 years, Bo's a backup on another team, and Sean's back on the Fox set every Sunday. You know what I mean? Like, This is it for Sean.
Right.
It either works or you're on TV again. And with Bo, it either works or you're Drew Lock. You have that backup career where you go, all right, we feel kind of comfortable with our backup quarterback.
Or you're Daniel Jones and you're looking for your right fit, but isn't the fit with Sean here? Are we doubting? And I think the most important question we can ask, and it's a legitimate question, were we wrong about the fit?
See, I still don't think that.
I don't think that at all, but I feel the question needs to be asked.
It's a fair question.
Based on the 3 weeks that we've seen so far, were we wrong about the fit? I do not think so at all. That, to me, is a better question like, Bo sucks, get in Jarrett Stidham. That's not even logical. I can't even process why that would be said or considered. What you need to consider is, why isn't the fit as good as it was last year when it was popping? Why? What's happened? Sean giving him too much? My inclination, I'm inclining to blame Sean Payton. But I also, at the same time, that's Bo's feet that are bad.
Mm-hmm.
That's Bo's arm angle that's bad. That's Bo being a little too wild out there. That's on Bo.
I think you said it well yesterday. Like, Sean can take some stuff off the plate of Bo Nix. Go back to, instead of going, hey, we worked through some stuff last year, and now Bo's at this certain level, and you go, oh, now we can add and tweak and change a couple of those things. Clearly you can't right now. Give Bo the things he's comfortable with, that you know he's comfortable with. That's more Cortland. That's more JK. That's utilizing Marvin Mims so that the middle of the field is an actual option, just like they did last year in weeks 11 through 18. And then once he shows comfortability again, then you can start to add different layers. I think that's where Sean's made a mistake. Sean goes, oh, we're picking up right where we left off. And clearly Bo wasn't ready for that.
Yeah, he's not ready for more just yet. So kind of, slowly feed him a little bit more. It's like, here you go, Bo, here's everything. And then he's
drowning.
head swimming.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what's happening right now. Quick slants, please.
I'd like to see that.
A tight end, please.
Or like I just said, Marvin Mims. If my options are no Evan Ingram or Adam Troutman, the answer is Marvin Mims.
The problem with that is if he gets rocked, some safety times him up the right way.
It's football, man.
He's a little guy.
It's football.
But he's also a key returner.
Yeah.
Because my idea would be go to Pat Bryant, middle of the field.
Okay, I don't hate that either.
Let Pat Bryant do that. Marvin, I want kind of out of the backfield. Do the Riddler stuff. It's not. You don't have a tight end right now. Marvin, you're back. You're back, right? And utilize Marvin that way. Let Pat Bryant do some of those quick slants because here's the thing. Like, I'm thinking about Troy Franklin. Troy Franklin would run those routes over the middle. And with his size, I would be worried about, just like Marvin. Marvin's smaller, but I'd be worried about Troy getting rocked. Troy would do it willingly. Troy probably wants to do it. He's that guy. Don't get it twisted. He's like super nice in the locker room. But behind the scenes, that's a guy that's like, give me the rock, give me the rock, give me the rock.
I like that.
And he's got that fire and that intensity. So he would run those dangerous routes. It's just that curl throw. We didn't get to talk about that curl throw at the beginning and of course I saw it on my timeline because like, why is Lucas Curl on this team? He stopped. That's what Bo wanted him to do. What was that, week 1? Right?
Yeah.
Remember week 1? Stop! Then he stops and Bo throws a hospital ball. Come on now. And that's on Bo. So, like, he can't be mad at Kroll for not stopping in week 1 and then stopping in week 2. Kroll did the right thing. Bo threw it in front of him. That's on Bo Nix.
And now if you're Lucas Kroll, you're going, what
am I supposed to do? You
told
wanted me to sit down.
I do it, then you yell at me for doing what you told me to do.
Right.
And that's that, like, extra emotion that we're seeing out of Bo of, like, where's this coming from?
Right.
And it's not helping him.
Well, no, because it's frustration. It's frustrating.
Yeah.
Like, it is frustrating. It's frustrating to watch. This team is better than this. They are underachieving. And that's my main thing. Whether it's wherever, because I don't have time for the trolls, but when the trolls are like, you said they'd win 13 games and you said Bo Nix was the guy, like, okay, they are underachieving. I personally believe that the Denver Broncos should be at least 2-1. I had them at 2-1 to start the season. I had the one against the Chargers as a loss because it was at L.A.
Yeah.
I think at home they win. Now you're at 1-2 because you dummied up against the Colts. You had an opportunity. You dummied up against the Chargers. You honestly should be 3-0. And this league is too tough to be dropping these type of games to good teams in that manner. You've got to get over the top, and you've got to show it against the best teams. They beat up on Cincinnati. Won. Yay. Thank God. Please don't lose to Cincinnati. And then you compete really well against Philadelphia. Now we're cooking with gas. They'll be 2-3. If they beat Cincy and they lose to Philly, they're going to be 2-3. But if they fight against Philly, we're going to be feeling pretty good, right? Oh, man, they fought against the Colts.
Dude, 100%.
They fought against the Chargers. They fought against Philly. So all three of their losses are coming to maybe Philly's undefeated still at that time. You know what I mean? Maybe the Chargers are still undefeated at that time. Maybe the Colts are still undefeated at that time. So you can look at the Broncos and say, okay, they're not there. 2-3 sucks, but you're also losing to some of the league's best teams, like the world champion Philadelphia Eagles, like a team that could, make a playoff run as long as they don't choke. They're probably going to choke in the Chargers, and then whatever the hell the Colts are.
It's still TBD for me.
Yeah, for me too. But still, like there's ways to parse this thing up and go, okay, it's bad. It's not as bad as you think. All these people jumping off the bandwagon, again, I encourage you to. Go ahead. This isn't for you. If you don't have the stomach to set through this, and we're going to get emotional. You were super pissed yesterday.
Yeah.
I was just a little ticked off. I was more ticked off against the Indy game. But, if you're not built for this, then see ya.
See ya. Gone. I agree with you. This is professional sports. There's no, I've said this before. Maybe I'm a jerk for it, but I bet you there's a lot of people that agree with me. I don't care about the players' feelings. They're barely human. Like you're football players, you're athletes. Go play football.
Go play football.
That's what we need.
Go win games.
I would say this. I love your definition of what you need to see, Bo. It's just that belief. There's no wavering. We know what we get out of QB1, 17 Sundays throughout the regular season, and it'd be real nice if we're 3 or 4 of those during the postseason. I can actually put a number on what I want, and I want 2 playoff wins by the end of 2027. So, again, does that come this year? If you win 2 and then you get skunked next year? Maybe. That could check my box, too. You win 1 this year, you win 1 next year? Maybe. You don't win any this year, you win both next year and lose ultimately in what might be an AFC championship game? That checks my box there. I went back and I looked at these top-tier quarterbacks, the Josh Allens, the Lamar Jacksons, the Justin Herberts. Mahomes is the outlier because he just went to the playoffs and had instant success going to Super Bowls from the jump. But these top-tier quarterbacks, and it takes them a little while to get going. Even a Lamar Jackson, you know what his playoff record is? 3-5. And he's got a bunch of turnovers to go into that. In fact, he lost his first couple of playoff games with 5 different turnovers in those couple of playoff games. That's not good. And this dude's an MVP. Were the folks in Baltimore bailing on Lamar Jackson at that time because he wasn't good enough for their timeline? I think we're all so stuck in the middle of this. And look, I will say this. Sean Payton didn't do anybody any favors talking the junk he was talking to start this season because Sean set the bar at a spot that it hadn't been set for the Denver Broncos in 10 years. And the fan base, I don't blame the fans. They eat up what their head coach is selling to them.
Yeah, you should.
It's what Sean was trying to do. And he sets this gigantic bar, and then the fan base goes, damn, that's how confident Sean is. That's how confident we're going to be.
Let's go Broncos.
And then you don't give them the timeline. You should always be as confident as a head coach is to start the season. Everybody's over and thinks they can go to the Super Bowl. But, man, you look at these quarterbacks, the Lamars. Justin Herbert hasn't even won a playoff game yet. He's 0-2 and lost to the Jaguars.
And collapsed.
And we're all like, oh, my God, Justin Herbert. I told you yesterday, like MVP might make the investment right there. It takes some time. I think it's so foolish for everybody to give up on Bo Nix after 20 games. Give this kid the rest of this year. Give him the entire 3rd season of his NFL career. And then we get to the end of that 3rd season and there's not a playoff win I want to talk about. I'm going to say, hey, man, I read too much into Bo Nix, but I feel really confident that we're going to get to that 2nd playoff win. There's some exceptions to the rule, but I would say an NFL quarterback, the ones that come in the league and just start lighting it on fire, it's every other year. It's every 3rd year. Sometimes it's every 5th year that you get that. So to expect it from a guy like Bo Nix when this team, we said we're in a rebuild just a couple of years ago, and the Sean and Bo fit accelerates that timeline so that they are jumping up a couple of years when you go, oh, it's a rebuild. Well, they're going to be really bad for a couple of years, then they'll be in contention for a year, and then those last 2 years, they're really going to be players. I think they've sped that up for about a year, but you still have to give them the grace of struggle, improve, excel. 2 playoff wins. That's it, man. 2 playoff wins. If Bo achieves that, and I believe he will, then we're right. He is the face of the franchise. He is the future quarterback. If he doesn't, Sean Payton's gone, and they look for another quarterback.
I blame Jack Donaghy.
Why?
30 Rock.
Oh.
And he's head of the microwave division for GE. I blame microwaves. This is more of a crock pot with quarterbacks. It's not the microwave. It's not the microwave.
Yeah.
It honestly can't really be the microwave unless he's beyond special. You know what I mean?
And even then, dude, the 2 recent examples we have of coming in and lighting the league on fire, C.J. Stroud. What are we saying about C.J. now? Jaden Daniels.
Rough.
What are we saying about Jaden Daniels for this season?
Hurt.
Right. And you had anticipated a step back, and he's shown us he's taking a step back.
Yeah. Now he's not even out there.
Yeah, it's very rare that you get this overnight sensation. And in the NFL, sometimes overnight means a couple of seasons. You don't just figure it out right away. None of us were good at what we did the first time we did it. Even the first few times we did it. It takes time.
It does.
You're thinking about sex. I know what you're doing.
I mean, some of us might have faked it our first time because, that's what you had to do.
Exactly. So, 2 playoff wins for me, a confidence, a consistency, out of Bo Nix. That's what Cecil's looking for. How about you guys? Broncos country. What do you need to see from Bo by the end of the third year? Tell us on the text line at 303-713-1043. Tell us on the YouTube chat. That is youtube.com/DenverSports. And we will get caught up with a few of your texts and responses there. And while we wait for your texts, we're going to hear a little bit more from Sean. These close losses, they're bad in one-score games. Do those eventually turn into close wins? How does that happen, and how long will it take? That's next.
Does Bo Nix shoulder the most blame for the loss to the Chargers?
Am I pinning it all on Bo? No, but you can't have it both ways. You can't, as a football fan or as a football media, talk endlessly about the importance of the quarterback, and then after a game like this say, well, what do you mean? It wasn't really Bo's fault. Can't have it both ways.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Done right kitchens, baths, counters and floors, finished basements, windows and doors. Our 8% scheduling incentive and bank financing to ask about make a great time to call 800-362-8370 or drhi.com.
Time's running out, Colorado. Castle Rock Chevy GMC has supercharged savings on your favorite EVs. But the clock's ticking. September 30th is your last chance to claim the $7,500 federal EV tax credit. They've got a massive lineup of electric powerhouses, GMC Hummer EVs, Sierra Truck EVs, and Chevy's Equinox, Blazer, and Silverado EVs, all ready to roll off the lot. Whether you're chasing adventure or cutting your carbon footprint, Castle Rock Chevy GMC has your perfect EV match. But hurry, when the tax credit ends, so do the deals. Visit Castle Rock Chevy GMC today. Castle Rock Chevrolet GMC, where Colorado drives Chevy and GMC, and where Chevy drives America.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. I think I'm some kind of football prophet.
Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040.
Get the lowest prices of the year on everything diamond at Williams Jewelers. Shop the largest selection of gorgeous loose GIE diamonds. Every shape, every size, and price range. But hurry, it all ends Saturday at 5 p.m.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, Steve, these one-score games, these close contests that the Broncos can't seem to find a way to win. Is there a secret recipe? Is there a way that the Broncos and Sean Payton can flip these one-score games from losses to wins? It's something that Sean was asked about yesterday on his conference call.
I have great confidence it can be flipped. Here's the thing. We wanted to win the rushing battle, and we did, and yet that really came from one explosive run. I thought that was probably more of a wash, but we had more minus plays that are harder to overcome. The two takeaways were the reason we stayed in that game. You know, in other words, we only had 9 first downs offensively. We have to be more efficient relative to what we're doing, both with the run game and the pass game. Our average third down was 3rd and 11. So the reason it was a close game was because we were +2 in that department. Obviously, we're playing a good football team. We feel like we're a good football team. And we flipped the script in the end of the second, early third, and then we have to offensively be able to finish. In 2 weeks in a row, we've been in that position to finish in the fourth quarter. So I think the penalties were a big issue today in the meeting. We had 10. You know, some of them, you know, we forced the defense. Defense forces a punt. We line up in the neutral zone, and that equates to a turnover. You know, all of a sudden they're 1st and 10 again instead of you having the football. Those are the things. And look, us as coaches, we've got to look closely at what we're doing to help eliminate those issues.
All right, and again, he sounds confident. There's no panic or worry in his voice. Now, even if he had that, I don't believe, or I think he would go out of his way to not show us that, right? It's week 3, no panic here right now. He continues to talk about the 3rd and 11s. It's something that he did in the post-game press conference. By the way, they were 0 for 6 on those 3rd downs in the second half there, because the shortest, they had 2 that were 3rd and 8s, but those were the shortest. I said it yesterday, and I stand by it here today. He has a lot to do with that. Your long 3rd downs, especially when you are having some success, may not feel like it when we watch, but the numbers suggest otherwise. When you are having some success running the football, there's no reason you should be in 3rd and 8 multiple times. There's no reason that your entire second half should, the shortest you had was 3rd and 8. That's a coach not dedicating anything to the run game because it didn't work to the rate he wanted it to work in the first half.
Yeah, not a lot of people out there like mirrors. I'm not sure if Sean Payton likes mirrors. Means he's a vampire. It just means, like, dude, look at yourself. It's 3rd and 11. A lot of our 3rd downs were 3rd and 11. Okay, who's calling the plays?
Right.
That's you. Now, I know he's going to blame the ground game. Well, I mean, we tried to run and it just didn't work. Well, could you be a little bit more creative with RJ Harvey? Please. I feel Harvey's getting unfairly criticized by some out there. Has it looked great? No. Week 1, the 50-yard run looked great. Like to see more of that, but I'd like to see more creativity from Sean. How about your 1st and 2nd down calls are better? How about Joe Lombardi does something? How about you make sure that you're 3rd and 5 or less? You know what I mean? Yeah. What does Bo Nix look like if it's 3rd and 5 or less? I bet Bo would look better. This is Sean writing checks that he doesn't have to cash. Bo has to cash them. And it's not in the account yet. So you're giving them these 3rd and 11s. Our average 3rd down was 3rd and 11. That's terrible. That means you, Sean Payton, failed on 1st and 2nd down. Your players need to perform. Bo Nix needs to hit open guys. But if your average is 3rd and 11, that means you are the problem. Your calls are the problem on 1st and 2nd down. Set your guy up better so that either you don't get a 3rd down or your third down is very manageable. Lots in the playbook if it's 3rd and 5 or less.
Right. It's the old Peyton Manning, right? First down, second down, first down. All right, well, it's not going to work like that 100% of the time. But in a perfect world, it's first down, second down, 3rd and 4. First down, second down, 3rd and 2. First down, second down. Oh, man, this is a long one. 3rd and 6. That's what minimum you should be looking at if your offense is firing and your play caller has a clue as to what they're doing and what they want their identity to be.
And this is perfect. Coming in on the YouTube chat, Michael Davis says,
up,
I
Mike?
saw creativity from the Lions yesterday in the run game. Because I was praising Jared Goff for his performance because it was very efficient, but it was David Montgomery who was on my bench.
Yeah, I had him going. Didn't matter.
He was on my bench, and I would have won if I had to play David Montgomery.
No, so that was the one?
That was the
Dude.
one. That was the one. Sitting on my bench, and I'm a little upset at myself about that. But it was creativity in the ground game. It was Jahmyr Gibbs. It was David Montgomery. And that's kind of what Sean is going to try to recreate. It's his Kamara and Ingram, but it's the Lions, Gibbs, and Montgomery. That's what you're trying to create with your young back in R.J. Harvey and your veteran back in J.K. Dobbins. Except you go away from it because you don't set up good plays to start with. Fast start means you, Sean.
You literally control that.
Fast start is you. It's yes, partly on Bo, but that's mainly you and your calls. 3rd and 11 means you were terrible on 1st and 2nd down.
And by the way, great call on you from using the Detroit example. Dan Campbell, a disciple from Sean.
Yeah.
Johnny Moe's over there, who was just on this offensive staff a year ago.
Right.
Having success doing
Running the
things
offense,
they
taking
don't
over for
do
Ben
here.
Johnson.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. He's the OC.
Yeah.
So he's drawing these things up.
Yeah. The guy that was yelling at Marvin Mims nonstop.
So the guy that was underneath Sean a year ago is having more success. Now, right now, the Lions have more talent around their quarterback than the Broncos do, but they're drawing things up. They're using their roster strength to drop their plays and manipulate their playbook.
So why don't the Broncos look kind of like the Lions? If Bo Nix is Jared Goff, which was my pro comparison, if David Montgomery is your J.K. Dobbins, and if Jahmyr Gibbs is your R.J. Harvey, difference in talent. Gibbs was a clear top 10 pick. R.J. Harvey was a clear day 2 pick, in my opinion, 3rd round grade on him. But still, I look at it and go, what? You need to be better to set up your defense. Your defense is bringing up the rear, man. And your offense isn't doing themselves any favors. So think about that. If they can get it right, and perhaps that's a larger if than I even want to talk about right now. But think about that. Everyone down. Oh, my God. And, you guys are homers. You talk about the Broncos. They're no good. And Bo sucks. Think about it. They are getting in their own way so much that if they just stop with the stupid penalties, okay, Adam Troutman, no more stupid penalties, Adam Troutman. If they stop digging a hole in terms of not running it, not calling in plays, getting off to a fast start, having a best first 15, sticking with that script, not having Sean go willy-nilly on you, think of how dominant this team could be. That's why I've said, and I stick by my story, they're underachieving. And it's the worst thing in football or in life that you want to do. You got potential, right? If you've got potential, you better play up to that potential. But as I said yesterday, and I'll repeat it today, I always told my kids, I have high expectations for you. If you were, fat, ugly, and stupid, I'd probably have different expectations for you. But come on, Broncos. Broncos aren't any of that. They could be the belle of the ball if they only get out of their own way.
100%. They got to figure this out sooner rather than later. Sean has something to do with it, and Bo, obviously missing some of the things we've talked about, has a lot to do with that as well. We'll continue to hear from Sean. A couple more things I want to get to in the 4th and final quarter. That's our 1 o'clock hour. But I want to look back at last night's Monday Night Football game. You got to hear something that Jackson Dart asked Eli Manning for, and Super Bowl windows being closed. I want to discuss that, and I got 2 teams I want to run by you, Cecil. We'll do it next.
The Broncos couldn't finish off the Chargers and missed a golden opportunity to gain ground in the AFC West. With an uphill battle ahead of them, can Denver get back on track and keep pace within the division? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
More than a few of our patients have talked to me about their first time, but it's not the first time you're probably thinking about. It's the first time that erectile dysfunction ruined the moment. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're over 50, it's likely you've had that first time yourself. But the good news is that if you're like most men, that first time can be the last time that ED impacts your sex life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men using protocols with success rates well over 90%. And those treatments have, in most cases, made sex great again for both them and their partners. You could even find that you're performing like you haven't in years. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time that happens the last time that happens. For just $99, you'll receive blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Football is here, and Fitness Gallery's fall football sale is your playbook for a winning home gym. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit any of our 7 stores from Denver to Fort Collins and score big before the sale ends.
It's your last chance to take advantage of EV federal tax credits at Siltar Motors. This month, get the all-electric F-150 Lightning or the head-turning Mustang Mach-E with 0% interest for 72 months or lease credits up to $11,000 off. Check out their current selection of EVs at sthmotors.com to get the EV you want before they are gone. Siltar Motors has got the best location, the biggest EV selection in Denver, and the most competitive pricing in Colorado. Siltar Motors will deliver everything you want out of a dealership.
Payton Manning here. Throughout my football career, staying healthy was a big priority, but bumps, bruises, and injuries were part of the game. And for me, it's not just the clinical excellence and expertise that sets a medical team apart. It's also the compassion, kindness, and empathy they show. At Common Spirit Health, healing is quality care and human kindness. And my friends at Common Spirit are teaming up with their partners to spread human kindness and create healthy communities. Common Spirit Health. Hello, human kindness.
Say goodbye to your lawnmower and take back your weekends by replacing your old yard with Pro Green synthetic turf. Hey, Brandon Stokely here. You may have heard me talking about my Pro Green custom putting green and how it's made my weekend so much more fun. One of the main issues folks have with artificial turf is how hot it gets. Well, Pro Green invented a turf system with proprietary organic cooling materials that actually keeps your new turf lawn cool. It really mimics the look, feel, and temperature of natural grass. Call my friends at Pro Green today. 303-479-3967. That's 303-479-3967. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? You could save thousands of dollars on the products your business uses the most with the Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred Pricing. Registering is free and easy. Just have your tax ID or business or contractor's license ready. But don't wait. The current preferred pricing benefit will end on November 15th. Visit your local Pro Desk to register now and unlock the deepest savings on the products you choose.
Why wait for the weekend? Twin Peaks is serving up scratch-made food and pouring cold drinks every night after dark. Come experience the best late night in the league any day of the week, only at Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Football is back, and it's time for you to get in the game. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is here to help, and we're giving away a PlayStation 5 bundle. Download the Denver Sports app and tap the contest banner on the homepage for your chance to win a PS5 console, a 70-inch flat-screen TV, plus copies of Madden 26 and College Football 26. Don't wait. Download the Denver Sports app now. 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, Cecil, I got a couple questions. One going back to Monday Night Football. Is this the year that the Lions will actually get over the hump? they've been in this Super Bowl contender window for quite a while, or not quite a while, I should say a few years, and haven't really been able to get over that hump. Same thing goes for Baltimore, and then we saw Detroit beat them down last night on Monday Night Football. I also want to throw another team into this, but for now, are both the Ravens and the Lions still a legit Super Bowl team?
I mean, they'd have to be. It's early in the season, and a team like Baltimore, regardless of how their season started, I'm just going to throw them away. You know what I mean? They've got Lamar Jackson. They've got the King. They get Isaiah Likely back. That'll change some stuff for them. But it's like, okay, Detroit for sure. And then with Baltimore, you just look at them and go, okay, get things on track. They're 1-2. They're the same record as the Denver Broncos. They are more of a Super Bowl contender than are the Broncos. And I don't feel outlandish saying that. It's just they've done it before. The Broncos haven't.
That's
the
exactly
Broncos
right.
want to be where the Ravens are. And that tells you how tough it is to win. Why am I so ticked off about this Broncos team? It's because I know it's tough to win in this league. Look at Baltimore. Baltimore is a damn good team. They're third in the AFC North. Third.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers sucks, okay? The Steelers are a fraud. They will continue to be a fraud so long as they don't have the quarterback figured out and they don't really use the wide receivers the way they should. And, you know, the running backs, Caleb Johnson can't even get a jersey now. Like, okay, and Cleveland's Cleveland and whatever. And Cincinnati's just Cincinnati. Baltimore is the best team in that division. They're third right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, they've got more skins on the wall. They've got an MVP quarterback. So they're where the Broncos want to be. They have the same record. Think about that.
Right.
Think about that. They have the same record, yet Baltimore is more legitimate to go all the way. They could easily turn this thing around. That being said, the Broncos wanting to get there. Not as easy as Baltimore to turn it around, but the Broncos can turn it around as well, going from 1-2 to, you know, a 10, 11 win team.
Yeah. It's the 1-2 teams. That might be something we dive into as this week goes on of who is and who is not real. So I still think they're both in this window. With Baltimore, it's, hey, you just got to get over that final hump. They're both kind of in the same spot, just different conferences. You're right there. You're on the edge of it. How do you get over that last hurdle to actually get to a Super Bowl and then ultimately win that game? The other team I wanted to ask you about, and they're 3-0, and I think they might be the phoniest of the 3-0s.
Really?
San Francisco, the 49ers. Now, Kyle Shanahan gets some credit. I'm not a Shanahan groupie like a lot of people in this town are. Love Mike, what he did. You're raising your hand.
I'm raising my hand.
I love Mike.
I
man.
love everything the Shanahans have done. Now, Kyle needs to clean it up, but yeah, Mike Shanahan is a football genius.
I think Kyle Shanahan is the definition of an NFL bridesmaid. That's what he is, and I don't think it'll ever change. He's good enough to get there, but not be the bride that brings home the trophy that is the husband there. But they lose Bosa for the year, and they're going with Mac Jones, and this is where Kyle does get the credit because he makes Mac Jones look pretty good and find a way to win football. I think, like I said, the Lions and the Ravens, I'm not writing them off. I think it's over for San Francisco. I think that Super Bowl window is closed.
Well, and here's the thing. Whether it was Sam Darnold or Mac Jones, like, Kyle can take these backups that he liked, by the way, and he can get good play out of them. They already paid Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Their mistake
was paying Brock Purdy.
Yeah,
I agree.
right.
Dude.
And super quick, back on the Ravens, super quick. You know who they play in week 4? Kansas City.
Oh, wow. So 2 1-2 teams
Kansas
going
City
at it?
could be 1-3.
Okay, rooting
Denver,
for the
you
Ravens.
gotta win, man. Mm-hmm. You gotta win. KC is down, and they're staying down so far. Baltimore can help you out in a big, big way. You've got to start winning these games, man.
What a great thing for the Broncos that it's the Chiefs and Ravens.
I know.
At 1
I
and 2
know.
in
And
week
why
4.
are you bringing up the rear, Broncos? Start winning these games, and you will control your destiny.
All right, and then the last thing I wanted here. Actually, there's one more after this. I heard this. Peter Schrager, right? He's got a podcast. He's a new guy on ESPN.
Yeah, I would say we're buddies.
Okay.
I wouldn't say he's like my friend, but like we're buddies, and I love him. I think he's great.
I've never even met him personally. I just admire his work. I think he's really good at what he does. He has this podcast. He had Eli Manning on the podcast.
His podcast is entertaining.
Is it?
Yeah,
Maybe
the
it's one of
clips
those-
are entertaining.
Okay. I love this clip. I saw it yesterday on social. So Eli Manning, who, he's kind of come out in the last couple of years, and you're like, you know what? You're more than just a quarterback with a weird face. You're kind of funny sometimes. He
Not as funny as Payton.
Well,
Still,
sometimes.
Really?
Sometimes.
Kev?
It's like sneaky funny, right,
Whoa,
Kev?
Kev, don't turn your back on Peyton Manning.
On the Manning cast, Eli might be a little more funny.
See? I'm with Kevin on that. Because Peyton's so buttoned up and trying to be serious football guy.
They need to let me produce that show too. it's Peyton looks
You'll
at the
take that
paper.
job?
hey, Arnold Schwarzenegger, you were the governor of California, and he's got his hand going.
Yeah.
And he's reading the question. Peyton, you got to memorize the questions, man.
Mm-hmm.
Or the producer needs to give those to you ahead a few days in advance. I can do that for you.
Yeah.
I can get you the perfect questions.
Perfect.
And then, Stokely, hook it up.
Put in a word with Stoke,
I was
man.
gonna say, tell Stokely. It's Stokely.
Producer Kev. All you have to say is you produced Dover and Cecil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true.
And then Peyton Manning would be like, I love that show.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
See?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm just hearing is Stokely has let you down for the last 3 years.
Yeah, he doubted me on my home run. Yeah.
About 3 years.
Come on, B.
with
Stoke.
Stokely. You got to get it right, Stoke. So Eli on Traeger's podcast, and Eli, reached out to Jackson. I tell him whatever you need. I've been there, young rookie quarterback. They brought in Kurt Warner back then, right? And Eli's like, am I going to start? All the stuff that happens. But Jackson actually didn't need his help with football. He needed his help with something else.
So I told Jackson, if you have any questions about anything, I'm here for you, football related, or just, when you're deciding, what town you want to live in, or this or that, or just all of a sudden it's training camp. He calls me, one day. He's like, hey, you got a minute? I'm like, yeah, of course. So, such a similar situation we're in, bringing in a veteran like Russell Wilson. They brought in Kurt Warner.
Yeah, sure.
I was like, maybe this is dealing with that or something. He goes, can you give me a reservation at Fort Charles tonight at 6:30?
Best French dip in America.
I was like, no, that's not part of the deal. Like when I said I'm happy to help out, I'm not doing that.
I get it.
So he wanted a reservation at one of the toughest spots in New York City to get a reservation. And the ball's on the kid.
I was going to say.
Yo, Eli, yeah, whatever. You're doing good?
Football, yeah.
Cool, okay. Dude, I need a reservation. I got this girl. I got to impress her. Can you get me in, dude?
There's some stones on that kid.
Yeah, I'm actually impressed.
That's a red flag. Red flag.
For Jackson?
Red flag for Jackson?
You think Bo Nix is going to call up Peyton? Hey, man, can you give me a reservation at Shanahan's? No.
Look, I'm a big fan of Shanahan's. I'm not sure it's as difficult to get into the joint at Shanahan's as it was for Jackson there in New York City.
Okay, well, pick a different restaurant in town.
Torchy's. I get it, yeah.
Torchy's.
If you want a screwed up order.
I actually think that's pretty funny on Jackson's
I think
part.
it's real funny, and I actually think it's a green flag.
Really?
Yeah, because he's got stones.
Yeah.
He's got the onions.
Not afraid to ask just whatever he needs.
Exactly. Hey, ask me for anything. Really?
Yeah.
Okay. And it was reservations. I kind of like that.
Dude, I don't know why. I have no reason. I don't care about Ole Miss. There's just something in me that I want to see Jackson Dart play football at the NFL level. I have no idea why. I just want to see what it looks like.
I do know this from the pre-draft process. There are some people he's a little full of himself. And for me, I see that as another positive. You know who's full of himself? Bo Nix.
Every NFL quarterback.
Well, every good NFL quarterback is. I don't need Mark Sanchez, Stuart Smalley. I'm good enough. I'm smart enough. And gosh darn it, people like me.
Mm-hmm.
No, I want the guys I'm the man. And then is overthrowing 3 receivers for touchdowns. I'm the man. Okay, Bo, you're the man. Go play like the man. It sounds like Jackson Dart thinks he's the man.
I like that. All right, and then real quick, lastly, how about Mike Gundy getting got today?
Yeah.
He's out after, a decade and a half?
Yeah, decade and change, 2005.
In Oklahoma. And
we just celebrated his I'm a man, I'm a 40.
That was yesterday, right?
Yesterday.
And then he gets fired. Look, he
was coach of the year in the Big 12 2 years ago.
They were so bad last year. They went 0 in the Big 12. They're right back to being that bad again. Are they going to find a coach that can bring that program to where he brought it for all those years? Probably not right away. And we even had it. I'll give Drew Spivak the credit. If it doesn't get right up in FOCO and they release Jay Norvell, you want to talk about trying to land a big fish. I don't know that they can up there in Fort Collins.
No.
But, dude, that would be an outstanding hire.
Well, and I hate to be a doomsayer, and I guess Rammies represent. You said if Jay Norvell.
Win. I should have said win.
Aren't they just waiting?
I
Your last game against UTSA, that whole 2-point conversion, that just reeked of desperation.
If you give Jay Norvell a new contract, you have to give him 3 more years. You can't blow him out.
I don't think they want to do that.
I don't know that they should do that.
So you're saying like if Jay, no. I think we're just kind of waiting. Just kind of waiting for it to happen.
Be a huge fish for the Rammies. I'm not sure.
There's no way.
You think he's looking for a bigger program?
There's no way. No. Somebody like Florida is going to come calling, and that's where Gundy's going to go.
Oh, they need all the help they can get down there and flow ride it too. So I don't know. A boy can dream, I guess, right? Offer him like free Crazy Carls or something. I don't know if that'll get it done. What's your spot? You got a spot in FOCO.
Well, Walrus Ice Cream.
Oh, yeah, there.
So you want to go get some ice cream.
Little ice cream.
Mm-hmm.
Hit WeldWorks afterwards and enjoy the rest of the evening.
Bojo's used to be the spot up there as well.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so a couple things happening around the NFL. We look around the league at 12:45 every day. I want to go back to the Broncos to kick off our fourth and final hour. We call it the fourth quarter. They've got a couple winnable games in the next few weeks, but have they lost the should-win benefit of the doubt after the last 2 weeks? We'll answer that next.
7 ran wild at Folsom Field, and the Buffs rolled over the Cowboys in a much-needed win. Can Coach Prime and company keep the momentum rolling as they begin their slate of conference play in the Big 12? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
What up, guys? I want to talk to you about something personal here. I want to talk to you about intimacy and your sex life and how important that is in every single relationship. I know it's important as a man, and it's certainly important to your partner as well. And if you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, well, it's a terrible condition. It's going to cause stress in your relationship, anxiety, undue hardships on a man, and then often your partner is going to blame themselves. That's unfair to you. It's certainly unfair to them. So why do many men suffer for years without seeking treatment? I know. It's because we're not very smart. And you're like, it'll get better. I've been there. I know that feeling. It's not going to just get better, fellas. Erectile dysfunction is something you need to deal with. And if you go deal with it over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you lasting an hour or more. If you've been running from it, you might owe your partner that hour. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So get your first appointment set up at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. You can also call and talk to somebody right now at 720-440-7900. First appointment only costs you $99. They'll take your blood, tell you what your T and PSA levels are, and suggest a test dose. If that test dose does not work, they don't want your money. But I already told you, it works in over 90% of men. So stop with the bad excuses. Get your sex life back at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Breaking Benjamin. And 3 Days Grace. Live. September 25th at Fiddler's Green Amphitheater with special guest Return to Dust. Get tickets now at fiddlersgreenamp.com. Don't miss Breaking Benjamin and 3 Days Grace, produced by AEG Presents.
Mike Evans here for Copperhead Plumbing. Your home doesn't have to flood before you know there's a problem. With the Mow and Flow Smart Water Shutoff System, you can monitor your home's water usage in real time right from your phone. You'll get notified the moment a leak starts. Trust Copperhead Plumbing for professional installation. Ask about installing a Mow and Flow system today.
Copperhead Plumbing, built to last. Call us once, you'll forget the past.
Copperhead Plumbing. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Ho, ho, ho. I know you didn't plan to hear from me this early, but I'm tired of lugging this bowl full of jelly around. That's why me and Mrs. Claus are with Soda Weight Loss now. I'm losing 6 pounds a week, and the wife keeps telling me I'm slaying.
Join Soda Weight Loss right now. When you join, your partner joins for free. Visit sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Catch Telestrator Tuesday weekly on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, where Stink or Stoke dive into the past weekend's games with a coach's eye, using insights into what went right and wrong on critical plays. Telestrator Tuesdays, powered by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
And we still love to hear from you guys. How you feeling about the Broncos after another night to sleep on it? You feeling any better about this situation? 303-713-1043. Don't forget to put your name on your text there on the RamosLaw.com text line.
I did a poll on YouTube about how long are you giving Bo Nix. After 3 years, we'll know about Bo. Wins at 66%. Number 2, better improve big time this year, 20%. And at 14%, I'm out.
Wow.
No, seriously, I'm out.
Whoa. Right now?
Mm-hmm.
Well, see you later.
Don't come back.
14%. That's
14%.
Honestly, like I wonder what that number would have been Monday. I think people are
exhale. It takes time.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the fact that these are both close losses, it doesn't count in anything but horseshoes and hand grenades. But still, when you look at it, you go, they haven't been playing their best football, and they're barely losing to a couple of the NFL's better teams. We'll find out about the Colts. I understand. Was it Donald? Somebody in the YouTube chat was like, Colts opponent's record is like 1 and whatever, and the 1 is the Broncos.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So look at Kev. Could probably help me out there. Colts opponents' records.
I mean, they kicked
is
the
like
crap out
1
of the
and
Dolphins. We know
1
what
and
that
6 or
is.
whatever. Yeah. And so everyone except the Broncos.
And then it was Tennessee. They played Tennessee this week.
Have not won a game.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
Yeah, so Colts.
So where are the Colts at really? Like, would you rather have, this is a good would you rather have the questions about the Broncos at 1 and 2, or would you rather have the 3-0 record of the Colts, yet who did you really play? Mm-hmm. And Denver, who is, a good team, you barely beat them. So what would you rather have? Would you rather be a fraud like Seth DeFlo and the Colts, or would you rather have major questions knowing that you got to get things turned around like the Broncos?
I mean, 3-0 would be pretty nice next to the Denver Broncos.
3-0, I'd be a little bit happier.
Pretty nice.
That's
right
for
there.
sure.
Yeah.
Right.
I think I'd be cool with that.
I'm glad you guys didn't play Seth DeFlo on Friday. Yeah, you didn't do it, and I wasn't going to remind you, and I thank you for that.
I think your Seth DeFlo cup was full for the week after how things went the week before. So
I was so mad.
you a bit of a break.
I was so mad. So mad.
Who knows what happens Friday, though? Who knows? It's a few days away. It's mostly up to Kevin. He gets to decide.
Good thing I'm on assignment Friday.
I'm a little annoyed with Set to Flow right now.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Cecil on this.
Okay. Our Seth the Flow might be coming to an end here.
Kind of always should have been with me on this.
But it used to be funny. Now it's not.
It's less funny when they win.
Well, it's the same thing every week. He changes one line.
Yeah.
No creativity. Like,
I don't know if you're talking about Sean Payton's offense or Set the Flow.
Nice.
Same thing every
Kevin
week.
Kistner.
Changes maybe one thing.
Yes.
Wow.
Bam.
That was great work.
Make that a promo.
I don't know if Sean deserves that to be compared to
no,
Set
he
the
does.
Flow.
I'm kind of with Kevin. I think he deserves that.
According to my game film watching and my notes, F+.
This is our Sean.
This is
This
not
is
our
our
Sean.
coach.
Yeah.
This ain't what we hired.
I got to give Kevin, first of all, great line right there.
Thank
That's
you,
outstanding
thank you.
work. And we got to give credit to Kevin for, we didn't get to it at noon, but when we talked about Dion being on the podcast with the Kelseys,
Yeah.
and he said,
Hey, I never learned from being a backup in Baltimore.
and I didn't, what is he going to learn sitting on the bench? Kevin came in here and said, you know what? Interesting that Dion should say that. Now, again, the groupies would never fire back at Dion because, heaven forbid he'd be upset with you, even though you don't even know him in real life. Said, oh, interesting, because didn't you just tell us you had to send a message to Caden Salter by benching him so he can learn? He just contradicts himself so much.
And then what
Kevin
about
pointed it
Juju?
out.
Like, what's Juju learning if he's sitting on the bench for the Buffaloes? Can't really learn, so you just, okay, this is just a gap year.
Dion just says stuff, whatever fits the narrative for that moment. That he actually doesn't stand on anything. He just says what he thinks people want to hear in that moment.
And then last time he said, or the last time he talked, he goes, I didn't have to take my timeouts, or I took my timeouts home.
Yeah.
You guys didn't freak out about that. When you're winning,
Yeah.
you don't have to use timeouts, Dion.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, we're always wrong, and he's always right.
100%. That's how it goes.
And if I have an issue with Pat Surtain doing a podcast, I certainly have an issue with Deion Sanders doing it. Dude, go win. Go win. You got a lot to figure out. You got to ride hurt on Pat Shurmur. You got to get that defense turned around. You really have time?
He has an Amazon Prime show still?
I think so, right? Doesn't he have a show still? I don't know. Does anybody watch?
I know a couple guys that probably do.
Well, yeah. Do they have their pants on when they watch?
I'd go with no.
They just can't believe they're in the same universe as Deion Sanders.
Yeah. I'm just so happy to share a timeline with Deion Sanders.
One pathetic loser. I got to pay off this tease here, Cease. So the Broncos' next 3 opponents. You get Cincy. By the way, Kevin just let me know the Broncos a favorite by a touchdown against Cincinnati already. We'll see what that number gets to by the time Monday night comes around.
Okay.
You go to Philly. Again, short week. East Coast, defending champs, 11 a.m. kickoff, and then you got to cross the pond there. You're going to go overseas and take on the Jets in London. Now, I'm not going to go Mike Evans on this and say they got to win 7 of their next 8 games. That's a tall task and a tough order for the Denver Broncos. Mike said that this morning. I will go smaller in my sample size here. These 3 games, obviously 3-0 would get a lot of people talking about the Denver Broncos, but I don't feel comfortable saying they're ready to beat the Philadelphia Eagles based off what I've seen the last couple of weeks. It's a must that you beat Cincinnati. It's a must that you beat the Jets in London. Minimum here is 2-1. You want to be talking about a playoff run, a playoff team, even be in the conversation of seeding and what that may look like. You have to go 2-1 in these next 3 weeks.
Yeah, 2-1 or 3-0 if you possibly can. Put up a hell of a fight against the Philadelphia Eagles and then win the games you're supposed to win. I do not want any sort of excuses about a London game. Because the Jets game, it's going to be a little interesting, right? Because it is a London game and all the issues that come with going overseas. Don't at me, bro. But, yeah, that's something where football players, as much as we, worship them, or just be thankful we're in the same universe as them, they're creatures of habit. And if you mess up their habit, it kind of throws them off a little bit. So take care of business against a Bengals team at home, Monday Night Football. Show off, Bo Nix.
Yeah.
I would love nothing more than Tuesday on Dover and Cecil, 10 a.m. We're going on and on about how Bo Nix he had 400 yards. He had 4 touchdowns. What a great game from the Broncos offense. I want that to happen. Not predicting it based on what they've done the first 3 weeks, but take care of business in the games that you can. Get this thing back on track. You are good enough to hang with the good teams in the NFL. Probably going to get waxed by the great ones, but you're good enough to hang and beat those good teams because I believe the Broncos are a good team with the capability of being very good. This year, they've got to start picking it up.
Yeah. And by the way, that London game, Cease, that's October 12th, Sunday, October 12th. We're still hopeful that we get there. We just need a couple investors.
Possibly you.
So hit us up. You know what I mean? I don't want to start this GoFundMe where people donate $5 a time. We need one listener to give us $10,000. That's what we're looking for. Just get us on a PJ and boom, we're out there.
Oh, on a PJ. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I asked for the extra money.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it'd be a little more than $10,000 then.
Yeah, you know what? Get Eli on the phone. I got a favor to ask him.
If you need anything, just give me a call.
You said anything, man.
Right.
Get us on a PJ. All right, having some fun with it there to kick off our first quarter. I want to talk about some numbers. Our buddy Andrew Mason has 4 numbers that Broncos country has to know. And then I have a few that will show they have to be better. This number about the win percentage on Sunday in LA, it's going to bring back some terrible feelings, and I'll share it next.
Have the Broncos already revealed a troubling trend in the first month of the season?
Get the Broncos in a close game and they'll beat themselves. Broncos will Bronco eventually.
They haven't been able to close out games, and that's what good teams do. Good teams find ways to win both of those games, and then you're sitting at 3-0. It's frustrating because you look up and you look at where you could have been, and now what do you have in front of you?
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. Fall has arrived, which makes now the perfect time to call your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks, at 303-425-0985. Ductworks complete ventilation cleaning packages, scrapes and vacuums every inch of your system, removing dirt, dust, and debris other companies leave behind. Here's why that matters. Your heating system kicks on in the fall. Dirty ducts can reduce efficiency, raise your energy bills, push dust into your home's air. A professional cleaning now helps your furnace run better, last longer, and keep your family breathing cleaner air. Don't wait until the first cold snap when everyone else is scrambling. Get ahead of the rush. Call Ductworks today at 303-425-0985 or visit ductworks.com for your free residential and commercial estimate. Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
303-425-0985.
Football is here, and Fitness Gallery's fall football sale is your playbook for a winning home gym. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit any of our 7 stores from Denver to Fort Collins and score big before the sale ends.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and miss the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-968-3159. 800-968-3159. 800-968-3159.
Priority Tax Relief.
Winter and the holidays will be here before you know it. Don't wait to upgrade your home. Order windows or siding from 5280 Exteriors before the Colorado snow flies. Enjoy low interest financing for 15 years, often better than your bank, with no prepayment penalty. Stay warm, boost your home's value, and pay less each month. Prices go up every year, so lock in your free quote today. Host the next game day party at your house. Call 5280 Exteriors now and see how low your monthly payment can go. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
If you've been hurt in a car crash or on the job, don't just hope for help, demand results. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective representation fighting to get you more. Call 844-POSTMAN for a free case evaluation. It's free to get started. You pay nothing unless we win for you. Others promise. Postman delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Hey, Stokely here, and let me tell you, fall golf is the best golf Colorado has to offer, and it's not too late to get fully dialed in for the last few months of the season. At Embers Golf in Westminster, they're not just selling golf clubs, they're crafting a journey for golf lovers like you. It's a boutique-style shop, family-owned, with 2 hitting bays, all the major brands, and fully upgraded custom shafts. Come in for a full bag fitting. Trust me, there's nothing else like it around. Embers Golf, where your golf journey begins.
Do you want the lowest rate for life? Get our 4.75 5-year fixed. APR is 5.89.
Did you say 4.75% fixed for 5 years?
Yes.
Yeah, I want that, but what if rates fall?
Our lowest rate for life program takes over. If rates fall even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee and no limits to the number of times used. Only at U.S. Mortgages. Call 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Bonnie from O'Meara Ford has convinced me they really want to earn your business. So, talk to me, Bonnie.
Well, O'Meara has over 1,000 vehicles to choose from. Plus, we have the largest service center in the region with 84 service bays. And we've sold 1 million vehicles since 1913. Our friendly staff will treat you right. And when it comes to repairs, our knowledgeable technicians do it right the first time.
There it is. O'Meara saves you time and money, whether you buy new or used. O'MearaFord.com.
Join Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and Samuel Adams at Mile High Station on Monday, September 29th from 4 to 6:15 p.m. for the Fan Football pregame show. Get your head in the game with orange and blue face painting and ice cold Oktoberfest. See you there.
Joel Klatt, the nation's leading voice in college football, joins Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth every Wednesday morning. Presented by Groove Toyota. Here we go. Tune in at 8:10 for exclusive insight, bold analysis, and maybe just a hint of shenanigans. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we're going to continue our conversation here, Broncos related, and some numbers to share with you, Cease. I can't take credit for it. I didn't come up with the numbers. Our buddy Andrew Mason, your partner on Orange and Blue, came up with it. It's his Tuesday column at DenverSports.com, where he normally gives us 3 numbers. He got a little extra credit this week by giving us 4 numbers, but we'll start at the top here, and number 1 is 43.9. That's the first number that Andrew wants us to know about, and it's the average net yards allowed by the Broncos defense on a per-possession basis in the last 2 games. That is the worst figure in the entire league during that span. Denver does still rank 11th in league in the NFL in net yards allowed per possession, but as Andrew Mason writes, it's because the Titans weren't very good and they couldn't do anything. They were actually averaging just 6.7 yards per series against the Broncos, and then after that, when the Colts had the ball, when the Chargers had the ball, they averaged 44 yards every time they touched the ball. So the Colts and the Chargers start wherever they start, and by the time that possession is over, they're either in the red zone or looking at 1st and goal.
Yeah, they're in the red zone, 1st and goal. They're looking at a field goal minimum.
Yeah.
And 40 yards is 4 first downs.
That's insane, dude.
They allow 4 first downs on average. Ooh, this Broncos defense has a ton of questions, and we've said this is probably Vance Joseph's last year here. He could be a head coach somewhere, or he could just be fired and blamed for the problems. This defense has got to turn around. If this defense was suffocating, you could manage the struggles of the offense. You can't have the defense struggling in this way, allowing 4 first downs on average per drive. Per drive.
Yeah.
4 first downs. That's immediately in field goal range. It doesn't really matter where you start. You're gaining 40 yards. You start at the 20. Oh, God, math. You start at the 20. You're getting to your own 40. You're 5 yards away from being in field goal range. You want to be about the 35. You are getting on the other side. You're getting in the Broncos territory all the time. Every single time. 4 first downs. Doesn't matter where you start. 4 first downs. You're in Broncos territory every single time. You can't do that when your offense isn't completing drives in the way they need to. You can't do that when your offense starts a game with 3 3-and-outs. Starts a game with, 14 yards?
13.
13 yards.
9 plays, 13 yards.
9 plays, 13 yards. Your defense can't be this bendy when your offense is this crappy. Like, it needs to be better so that you can kind of make up for your, where you lack. And you're lacking on offense right now. Offense will get it. They'll get better. We have confidence that that's going to happen. Defensively, my God, as much publicity and talk and money as this defense gets, we can't talk about them in the same light if they're going to be doing this. I mean, they're all their advanced data. They're one of the bottom 3rd defenses in the league. Mm-hmm. And that's exactly opposite of where I thought they would be. The most disappointing part of the Denver Broncos this year is Vance Joseph in that Broncos defense.
That's saying a lot because a lot of people are disappointed in Bo right now.
Yeah, but the defense is Bo wasn't seen as the number 1 quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, he was seen as the 4th best, according to his coach.
The defense was seen as the number one defense in the NFL, and they aren't even close to that number.
And that wasn't a real debate. It was almost unanimous.
Right. Oh, I mean, well, they got the league's best defense. Really? Really? League's best defense doesn't do that.
Well, let me give you some more numbers from Andrew Mason that makes your point hit home even more. I'm going to go with two numbers here, and it goes back to Week 13 last year up until now. Here we are getting ready for Week 4. 71 is this next number, and that's the percentage of series in the final 6 minutes of a game that have ended in a score or minimum a scoring opportunity for the opponent of the Denver Broncos. So 71% of the time on the final 6 minutes of a game, the Broncos' opponents are scoring points. And then let's use that same timeline going back to Week 13 last year. It was a game against the Cleveland Browns. Since that moment, Cecil, the Broncos are giving up over 250 yards passing a game. Now it's just over at 250.3, but that number going back to Week 13 to right now in the NFL, that makes the Broncos pass defense 32 out of 32 in the NFL. So 71% of the time in the last 6 minutes, a team's scoring on them. And they are the dead last worst team at stopping the opponent from throwing the ball all over them. They have Patrick Surtain. They went and got Hufanga. They told us they got Dre Greenlaw. He's just a ghost right now. You get Alex Singleton back. It's another year of Riley Moss. You draft with your first pick, Jahdae Barron, and you're dead last in pass defense.
You're right.
That's not good enough.
Did you pay Zach Allen and Nick Benito?
Yeah, you also paid 2 pass rushers. Great point.
There you go. That says everything. And by the way, when I think of the Chargers game and you think of pressures and you think of like Jonah Ellis, backup, getting a lot of work, a lot of positive work from Jonah Ellis. Really appreciate that young man's game. How many times you see DJ Jones make a play? A lot. Against the Chargers.
He's
a lot.
Freaking huge body.
How many times you see John Franklin Myers make a play? A lot.
He let you know about it every time.
Okay, yeah, which is good. But the guys you paid, like, yes, Benito made plays. Yes, Allen was kind of there. But it's like, we need you guys to dominate. You're paid to dominate. You're not paid just to be good. You're paid to be fantastic. And right now, they're not getting the return on investment. It's called ROI for real investments, not the investments you guys do with the apps that, you know. All I know is
sometimes I get a return. More often than not, no
when
return.
I invest, I don't need a warning label on it. Like, well, if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Like, hey, I don't get that with Robinhood, girl. So, like, Charles Schwab, whoever you invest with, like, seriously, it's called return on investment. The Broncos are not getting their ROI on their investment in these defensive players.
It's not even close. Last number. I even hate that I don't hate that Andrew wrote it. I hate that I now know it, and I'm not going to be able to get it out of my head until we see zeros on the clock Monday night and the Broncos have more points than the Bengals. The number is 0. 0 times Sean Payton has started 1-3 or worse and then finished with a winning record. So Sean Payton, his history would tell us if they lose this game against Cincinnati, 1, they're not a playoff team, and 2, that would mean they don't win more than 8 games. Not a winning record, right? That means 8-9. It's so weird to even say this, like must win. But if this is the history that we're trying to not repeat, that means Monday is a must win for Sean Payton.
Well, and the pressure's on. The pressure's on because you put it on yourself, and the pressure's on because this league is too tough and you're dropping too many games that you should have won. You've got to turn it around because if they do lose, all it tells me is there's major changes coming, likely to the coaching staff, and they'll have more money next year in free agency. I don't want to talk about that. We're not talking about it. Yeah. I want to talk about making a playoff run, being a Super Bowl contender, being where the Broncos need to be. Not about next year and how much money they'll have because the Russell Wilson deal's off the books. Come on. You're better than this. Stop underachieving.
All right, we'll continue this conversation. We'll go to Sean Payton coming up here. I want to hear from Sean Payton on how much worry he has after watching his quarterback overthrow 3 wide open wide receivers on Sunday. His answer, it might surprise you, and it's coming up next.
Does Bo Nix shoulder the most blame for the loss to the Chargers?
Am I pinning it all on Bo? No, but you can't have it both ways. You can't, as a football fan or as a football media, talk endlessly about the importance of the quarterback, and then after a game like this say, well, what do you mean? It wasn't really blows fall. Can't have it both ways.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today by my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
It's Next Man Up in Boulder as Coach Prime and the new look Buffs return to action at Folsom Field. Tickets are on sale now, so get loud and cheer on CU as the Buffs battle for a Big 12 title. Tickets are still available for the Buffaloes' home matchups against BYU, Iowa State, Arizona State, and more. Lock in your seats by visiting cubuffs.com/tickets or by calling 303-492-8282. Join the action of another exciting season at Folsom Field with your Colorado Buffaloes.
Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. It's football season, and did you know that I am the reigning fan staff champion in the King Supers Football Pick'em? Yep, Stokely, Schlereth, Zach By, Cecil Lammy, none of them can hang with the judge when it comes to football. Just like those made-for-TV lawyers can't hang with me in the courtroom. When you've been hurt in a car accident, you want the real deal, which is what you get when you call 303 Law 4040. Not some made-for-TV character. When you call 303 Law 4040, you speak directly with me or my lovely wife, Kimberly, not some call center overseas. And you get to meet with us in person for free. We never take a dime unless we win for you. Plus, no ridiculous fees like those TV characters. You were the one that was hurt, so the doctors and the lawyers shouldn't take all the money. So go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity, and the other day I'm over at a friend's place. He's pumped to watch football, but his setup, total mess. Lagging, buffering, switching between apps, trying to find a game. He claimed to be a big fan, but I feel like I was being fan-fished. See, if you call yourself a football fan, you gotta have Xfinity. It's the ultimate sports destination. I can find the best games and my favorite teams all in one place. And the way I watch, well, it's next level. It's the perfect fan flex. I've got all the action right in my living room, plus Xfinity's best picture and sound with enhanced 4K, so clear it feels like I'm in the stadium. Sometimes I've got 4 games going on at once. Why? Because why not? On top of that, I get real-time notifications, live stats right on my TV. It's the best seat in the house every single time. Next game day, make sure that big fan isn't a big fail. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Multi-view requires Xfinity 4K cable TV box.
Parking shouldn't slow you down. ParkWiz gives every driver a shortcut. Book ahead, save up to 50%, and skip the hassle of circling the block. Park smarter, park faster. ParkWiz. Download the ParkWiz app and save when you park.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by TradeGen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, Suze, I want to figure out, how do we feel about Sean's kind of, if I say nonchalant, is that the wrong word? Like nonchalant approach to Bo's mistakes.
Is he flippant? Is that a word to use for Sean Payton on Bo's mistakes? I don't know. Maybe we could get some help from our YouTube chat or our RamosLaw.com text line of like, he is kind of dismissive when it comes to Bo Nix on these overthrows. So let's hear it and then make a decision.
The conversations relative with the Q would not be those 2 deep balls on 3rd and 23 or 3rd and 11. The conversation would be throughout the game relative to plays we're getting in and out of, location throws, 3rd down. I mean, a lot's been made, I think, of the 2 long balls, and I'll be honest with you, and that again, driving in this morning, that'd be like 50th on my to-do list item.
Yeah, and like I said, it's very nonchalant. And he says, I can go to 50 different things that need to be fixed before it's the miss, the inaccuracy of Bo Nix on a deep ball. Again, I'd love to know that list, Sean, and what else is on it that you think is more important than that.
Right.
Now, I would say, all right, is Bo being a yard off the biggest problem with the Broncos? No, I wouldn't say that, but I'm not going to ignore it either. I don't feel as nonchalant as he's trying to make us think he feels.
Right. And not necessarily in a I'm the football coach and you are the media sort of way, but there's a little bit of that. Like, oh, no, I got this. I know what's going on. Yeah, your guy doesn't have proper footwork, and he's overthrowing wide open guys. So, keeping it out of harm's way, not throwing picks. Okay, all of that is true, but I would rather have touchdowns, even if they're a little bit more of a dangerous throw. I would have rather had a win. I wanted a clean game from Bo Nix, but most importantly, you know what I wanted? Wins.
Yeah.
Wins. I wanted no turnovers from Bo Nix. We got that, but we didn't get a win, and yet again, it's another disappointing loss in the final moments of a game against a good and perhaps one of the best teams in the league are the Chargers. It's week 3. It's now week 4. Things are a little bit early, but I don't feel I'm over my skis saying that about the Chargers. They're damn good, and you could have beat them and in their place, and you didn't beat them last year. So you missed out on a big opportunity to take control in this AFC West division with Kansas City struggling, with the Raiders being the Raiders. Kansas City's got Baltimore this week, by the way.
Love that.
Yeah, and I think things are going to get easier for the Chargers. So as far as catching up, playing catch up with them, you're behind. You're behind if you're the Denver Broncos, and that's the worst way that you want to be because this league is too short. Things are too short, and things are too tough to win. By the way, the Giants this week for the Chargers. I've seen the future. The Chargers beat Jackson Dart and the Giants.
Yeah, a rookie quarterback, first time starting with a head coach that has absolutely no idea what he's doing. He's going to lose. I think that's pretty safe to assume.
Yeah, their next 3 games, because we're weighing the Broncos' next 3 games, right? They should be 2-1. What are the Chargers going to be facing the Giants, facing the Commanders, facing the Dolphins? Aren't they going to be 2-1 themselves?
You would think so,
If not 3-0 if they beat the Commanders?
Mm-hmm. And who knows what the status of Jaden is?
You're not catching up to the Chargers in the near future. You might at the end, but it's going to take somewhat of a collapse from them while you surge. I believe the Broncos can surge with the way the schedule sets up, beat the teams you're supposed to beat, Giants, Jets, etc. But the Chargers aren't going to stumble here. They have Minnesota after the Colts. They have the Colts game, then they have Minnesota, Tennessee, Pittsburgh, Jacksonville, Raiders. Finally get the Eagles on December 8th. They might not lose a game until December. That lead that they have on you might be insurmountable because Bo couldn't hit a throw.
Yeah, think about that. If we get to the next 6, 7, 8 weeks and you go, man, the Broncos figured it out, but it was too little too late because the Chargers created so much separation between them and the rest of the division.
The Chargers winning 14 games. You know what I mean?
You can't catch that.
Right. You're not going to catch that this year.
Well, this nonchalant approach, this, hey, everything's going to be all good, or at least that feel, the way Sean is coming off with his Monday morning conference call after yet another walk-off loss. Is it because he believes these things that they're not doing right are easily fixable?
We're playing the schedule that we got, right? And obviously the last 2 weeks we played some pretty good football teams. We think we're one of those teams. The significance of today as it applies to preparing for next week is important. And so, yeah, there's that sense of urgency. And certainly you could look back and say, well, but the point is it didn't happen. Why didn't it happen? And then moving forward, how do we make it happen? There's that fine line. And I've said this before, we between, getting in a groove or being in a rut, I don't think we're in either. We've lost 2 games in a row, 2 close games with really last-second field goals. And it's disappointing, but we've got to learn, all right, why were these games this close towards the end? And how do we put ourselves in a position to finish better? Certainly, that's collectively all of us.
I will say this, the middle of that part there, he said being in a groove or being in a rut. I don't think that we're in either of them. I strongly disagree with that. How are they not in a rut?
Yeah.
You've collapsed in the fourth quarter for 2 consecutive weeks. Is that not the definition of rut?
Yeah, you're 0-2 in your last 2.
And it's because of you collapsing.
Right. Yeah, that was odd. That was odd. I don't like that because it's not facing reality. The reality of the situation is you're in a rut, you're in a hole, and you caused it. It's kind of funny how that works in football and in life.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey.
You're usually your biggest problem.
You caused it. Now you get out of it.
Mm-hmm. I also think that's, man, from what I've heard out of Sean, like I think if they look like this in weeks 10, 11, 13, 14, 17, 18, of course, we hear so much different Sean. I think Sean is, and you and I have tried to do this, but we get paid to react to every single game. Sean gets paid as to what the season looked like. He gets to play the long game and have that extended view. We don't get that luxury. And fans certainly react to what's right in front of them. That's the fun part about being a fan. But I am getting this, like, there's this sense from Sean, and again, it's just how I'm hearing it. We all don't hear it the same way. Of like, he understands it's still September. He understands it's 3 weeks into the regular season, where I told you one of our texters said, hey, call this the preseason plus. And you said that with running backs. And every team gets this. I'm not saying it's a 4 or 5 week pass, but it's a 4 or 5 week, all right, you're still figuring out who you are.
Right.
And I can really hear that from Sean, specifically on this Monday conference call. The game, he's emotional still. But on this Monday conference call, it was like, hey, guys, let's calm down a little bit before we all freak out and jump off the cliff.
Right. Let's not freak out right now. Everybody's freak. Keep your composure. Isn't that what Will Ferrell said? And it was our YouTube chat earlier today that said, hey, maybe they should have played guys more in the preseason. I don't disagree with that. Not at all.
I asked you earlier, or it was last week, because I'll have 5 backup quarterbacks starting. Like, hey, man, are we sure? Are we sure? Now, I hate the preseason too. I'm with all of you. The preseason sucks. It's totally boring. I honestly, and I do this for a living, I get paid to talk about sports. I don't really care about the 53rd guy on the roster for any NFL team, and not even the one I root for in the Denver Broncos. I think they need some more preseason or mandatory joint practices.
Here's the problem, though. You see the numbers?
Oh, what, the ratings?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can put out a bad product for the first month and a half, and nobody cares. That's how crazy America is about football.
And we're so desperate to get it back. We'll
right.
Just watch whatever.
It's okay. It's all right. There's have some struggles, whatever. Mm-hmm. The product will be better around Thanksgiving. The product should be damn good in December, and hopefully the playoffs are really good as well. But your first 2 months, that's not really good football.
By the way, this is why I always thought this is a whole different thing, but it popped in my head here. The XFLs and the UFLs and the USFLs and the CFFLs and the LLLs, think that was the lingerie one, right? Dude, they should do this. So football ends in February, and then those guys are like, spring football, we're picking it right back up. Give us a football break. Now, there's some people, like, you're a savage, and you'll take it all 12 months every day of the week if you can get it. But, like, I think the majority would go, make me miss football. You know what I mean? Like, after February, I'm like, oh, that was a fun season, really long. All right, now I'm on football break. You really turn your attention to basketball and hockey, in this city at least. But I would think, like, if I got to, like, June, and I'm like, ooh, what am I going to do? Watch the Rockies? Somebody kick me in the nuts. I'd rather have that than watch the Rockies. Or I can watch a XFL, UFL game because I kind of miss the product.
Mm-hmm.
I think they'd get more eyeballs.
Well, and here's a larger topic. We might have to save it for another day. Or I'm giving it to ZB right now as he's driving in. Here's the topic. The Broncos have a big problem coming up. It's called the Denver Nuggets because they are a true championship contender. And if you're sitting here stumbling around, making excuses, oh, whatever, and we're 8-8 or whatever, you've got a Nuggets team that could take the regular season very seriously to start out with, and a Nuggets team that could be the number 1 seed in the Western Conference, and that's going to get a lot of people's attention locally.
Yes, it will.
So, Sean, get things cleaned up.
Yeah.
This is a Broncos town. This is Nuggets town as well.
I mean, the Avalanche just started with Media Day this week. The Nuggets have it next week. So
yeah, and that's a championship or bust team.
Yeah. It's a great place to be for fans, right? We get to just enjoy all this.
Yeah, but if you're the Broncos and you're messing up, you know what people are going to do? Watch hockey and basketball in November.
They're going to tune you out.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. All right, a couple more things to finish up. Hearing from Sean Payton on the differences between struggling and finishing games. That's next.
The Broncos couldn't finish off the Chargers and missed a golden opportunity to gain ground in the AFC West. With an uphill battle ahead of them, can Denver get back on track and keep pace within the division? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. Imagine your home quieter, cooler, and more beautiful with the new Infinity from Marvin windows. Right now, Gravina's Window Center of Littleton is offering 25% off. These aren't ordinary windows. They're built to outlast, outperform, and turn heads. Family owned since 1973, trusted across Colorado, and they never cut corners. Call them 303-794-0490 or visit windowsforyourhome.com. Don't delay. Quality costs less than regret.
Heads up, pros. Now's your chance to unlock deeper savings. The Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred pricing can help you save thousands on the products your business uses the most. But the current benefit ends November 15th. Don't miss out. Registration for the new program is free and easy. Just bring your tax ID or business or contractor's license to the Pro Desk. Register now to lock in the best wholesale prices before it's too late.
Say goodbye to your lawnmower and take back your weekends by replacing your old yard with Pro Green synthetic turf. Hey, Brandon Stokely here. You may have heard me talking about my Pro Green custom putting green and how it's made my weekend so much more fun. One of the main issues folks have with artificial turf is how hot it gets. Well, Pro Green invented a turf system with proprietary organic cooling materials that actually keeps your new turf lawn cool. It really mimics the look, feel, and temperature of natural grass. Call my friends at Pro Green today. 303-479-3967. That's 303-479-3967. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-968-3159. 800-968-3159. 800-968-3159.
Priority
free tax relief. The Diamond Expo at Williams Jewelers.
Everything diamond. Diamond earrings, rings, bracelets, and necklaces at our best prices of the year. It's the Diamond Expo.
Save hundreds, even thousands, but hurry. It all ends Saturday at 5 p.m.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Car accident? We've got you. Flanagan Law connects you with the top doctors and handles the legal stress. We give back, donating a portion of every attorney fee to charity. Flanagan Law, justice with heart. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Stay up to date on the Broncos and the latest news from around the league with our NFL insider James Palmer, exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Mondays on The Rundown with Richie Carney, Tuesday afternoons on The Drive, and Friday mornings on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, all season long. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, I want to hear from Sean Payton here in a moment. A couple more things that Sean
Here to
said
make more excuses
on his conference call.
Thank God it's not a podcast.
Can you imagine a Sean Payton podcast?
Oh, God.
Oh, dude.
It'd be nothing but New Orleans stories.
You know
Imagine,
what,
Sean.
It would be called?
What?
Relative to New Orleans.
Wow.
Kevin's on
Wow.
one today.
I like one. I'm on
You
one.
created a few different things today.
Yeah.
That's
Sean
really good.
Payton, Vision Quest, relative to. Imagine him telling George Payton he's got a podcast, right?
dude.
George, did I tell you I'm starting a podcast, George? You know PS2's got one, George.
Yeah.
But no, me, I'm going to talk.
Yeah.
You know what I'm going to talk about, George?
Yeah.
It's going to be New Orleans.
Yeah.
If he had a co-host, well, welcome to the Relative to New Orleans podcast. The co-host, Sean Payton. Sean? And then they just get up and leave. Show's over for them.
They do a live read, right?
Oh, yeah. Get the
Come in and do a
paycheck.
live
Yeah,
read,
yeah,
get a
yeah.
paycheck,
Yeah.
and then Sean Payton just talks for 3 hours.
Drew Brees just sits there.
Yeah.
Hey,
By the
man.
way, did Drew Brees make a TV debut today and call the Eagles boring? That came across my timeline. That he joined, what show was
I believe he was on First Take.
Ah.
He said he respects the Eagles, but he doesn't like their offense because it's boring to him.
Okay.
I get it. It's not the most sexy offense out there.
Sure.
It's not the Sean Payton New Orleans offense. I don't know why Sean doesn't do that ever again, but yeah.
You know, I'd tell Drew Brees, same thing Jalen Hurts told Chris Jones.
Shut up, we won.
Yeah, exactly. You don't even have 100 yards. Shut the you-know-what up.
That stinks that he's on First Take, though. That's not a good show.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, as I always say, if you were looking to hire me, Kevin manipulated my voice, and that wasn't me.
That totally wasn't you.
Yeah, exactly.
It was me.
That was AI.
Yeah,
It was AI.
What do they call it? Deep fake.
Deep fake.
Deep fake.
Deep fake Dover.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm. That means you can say whatever and just be like, it's a deep fake. You can do it at one time. You can always say, I was hacked.
I gotta get my money's worth when I do that.
I was hacked. Wasn't me. Right? Who was
exactly.
that? Was that Shaggy? Who did that? Wasn't me.
It wasn't me. Yeah.
Wasn't me.
She caught him on the counter. It
The
wasn't
bathroom
him.
counter. Wasn't me. Yeah. That was Shaggy, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard his real voice?
Uh-uh.
It's not that.
Really?
He's putting on for the song.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of disappointed now.
Right?
From Scooby-Doo?
No. I think he's kind of putting on too. Kevin liked that one himself.
Oh, he cracked himself up.
Oh, that's
You
good.
couldn't help it.
That
though,
was
huh,
good.
Kevin?
If he was
That
a country
good.
star, you'd be very offended.
Yes, you would.
Yeah.
All right, two things I want to hear from Sean here. The difference, he's asked this now, the difference between teams that struggle to finish games, the Denver Broncos, and teams that do not struggle to finish games, the Los Angeles Chargers.
I don't think I can ever recall being with a team that always finished and didn't struggle to, in other words, that it's a journey here. And so when the season's over with, let's look at this team and say, hey, can they finish? And, we'll be able to point to week 2 and 3, we weren't able to. I think of certain teams that I've been a part of or coached, and I think that the corrections and the improvement, any good team really, and even last year, we had a wild card playoff team. There's a stretch where you begin to win games and you play better, and that's what's due for this team. That's what has to happen for this team. That's what has to be on our horizon.
All right, so I'm hearing, there's levels to this, right? There's he said this a whole bunch. Now, this is after he popped off of the mouth of saying they're the 7th best team he's ever had, or one of the 7 best teams he's had. But he said, you win your division, you worry about seeding, and then you try to win a Super Bowl. They've yet to accomplish the first step there.
Right.
So he is kind of, again, I don't want to say tempering expectations, but I would tend to agree with this. I like this version of Sean more than pop up at the mouth and write checks that my team cannot cash with their play. I like more of this of like, lay it out for us. We did it today on the show, right? A realistic timeline for Bo Nix to be successful. He's kind of giving us that there. Like, you have to learn how to win. You have to learn how to compete. They're doing that, right? They've learned how to compete, and then you learn how to get over the hump. There are levels to this. It was a, oh God, I hope it wasn't McIntyre, but that's what I'm going to. I don't remember the exact name, but I think it was McIntyre that said when he was up at CU, you take over a bad program, you get your butt kicked. You then lose closer. Then you win those close games. And then you start kicking teams' butts, right? This 4-step process for bad to good. I think now maybe not a direct apples to apples comparison because they're kind of different games at the college and pro level, but you can almost look at that same thing. All right, well, when Sean took over, they weren't very good. There was a terrible fit between coach and quarterback.
All right.
Figured some stuff out last year, won 10 games, struggled in one-score games. We're hopeful that they get better here, right? So they're losing these one-score games. The next step is to win those one-score games. And then ultimately, I would love for this to happen by the end of the season. You're not fighting in one-score games because you have an identity. You establish who you are, and you're up 10, 13 points in the final 8 minutes of a game.
I'm watching the latte intake for Sean Payton in the summer. I'm also limiting his podcast availability.
Yep.
Maybe on with Kay because Kay will talk more than he does.
Of course.
But everyone else, he just goes on and on and on about all these things. We're going to get more into that tomorrow about Sean Payton writing checks with his mouth that Bo Nix needs to cash with his backside, which sounds weird, but it's only weird if you make it weird. Broncos need to be on point. They need to follow a plan. They need to have a plan. I believe they do. It's not like what's going on up in Boulder. I do not think Dion has a plan whatsoever. He's just going by the seat of his pants, and that's completely obvious in what he did with Caden Salter and then making excuses about, you got to bench him to send a message, yet also saying, I didn't learn anything on the bench when I was there. Okay, all right. I believe Sean Payton has a plan. I would like it to hurry up. I would like it to get here a little bit faster so that we can have more conversations about how far this team can go. Because right now, you can't even say, hey, this is a team that can make it to the playoffs. And I didn't think we'd be saying that after 3 games, but we're saying that after 3 games because the problems they had last year, winning in close games, beating good teams, is still a problem this year. Number one problem you should have taken care of, and it's a problem this year.
Well, and I hate to even be like, well, what would it look like with Evan Ingram? You know what I mean? Of like the missing pieces. I guess it's just Evan Ingram, Cortland having a bad week, and Sean not committing to the run enough early on. I just don't want to play that game. The what if is not fun. We're not in the what if stage of the Denver Broncos anymore because of how Sean has handled this team and what we expect out of Bo Nix.
Have you ever heard the saying, and it mainly has to do with working out, which Lord, I needs to get off the hot tamales at night and start. I got a race in a little over a week. Anyway,
I just respect your love for hot tamales.
I love hot tamales. And Latina baddies. Anyway,
kind of the same thing. Hot tamales.
You know what would be great? Now I'm thinking about Latina baddies. You know what would have been great for this team is to, have that fix that is in. But there's an old saying, and again, it goes back to working out. Don't be mad at the results you didn't get from the work you didn't put in. You ever heard that?
No, but I really like it.
Don't be mad at the results you don't get from the work you didn't put in. Why would you sign 4 injury-prone players in free agency and then expect them to be healthy? I know you're the healthiest ever and whatever. You just doomed the Broncos, Sean, by saying that.
That's what it is. He thinks he's better than everybody else at that part of it.
By trying to take a shot at Lauren Landau or whatever, Sean Payton has cursed the Broncos because the football gods are not kind. They do not respond to that. You're kind of thumbing the nose at the football gods. Like, we're the healthiest ever. You don't be mad at the results you didn't get from the work you didn't put in.
I really like
Sean.
that. Mm-hmm.
Sean, what work are you putting in to improve the tight end position? You just gonna hope and pray that Evan Ingram's going to be healthy, and then when he was, you didn't even use him, right?
Mm-hmm.
What work did you put in to be better at inside linebacker? You brought Justin Sternad back. Yay? Question mark. Alex Singleton's back a year from now, and what he said in the locker, he should have never said that, by the way, last week.
Oh, about
and I know it was promoted. Must win. Nobody's dying in the locker room. Dude, in this moment, you're going to say that? Alex Singleton?
You got to choose your words wisely.
Yeah, choose your words wisely, and especially in certain moments. Just, it was dumb. That was dumb for him to say that. And then it was dumb for people to run with it, and it was like it was a good thing. Like, Alex Singleton, no, it's not a must win. It was dumb. Well, I'll tell you what else is dumb. You think it's a real smart idea not to fix inside linebacker and just rely on, hey, Dre Greenlaw, he's always hurt. He's going to be healthy now. Is that a smart plan? Is that a smart plan?
No.
Draft Jahad Campbell, still sign Dre Greenlaw. Oh, Greenlaw's hurt. Whatever, we got Jahad Campbell. That's a smart plan.
I mean, dude, you're speaking my language. You remember how much I loved Campbell
You
coming
did
into
love
that
Campbell,
draft?
yes.
It was Campbell, Henderson, guys I really, really liked. And look, I'm not down on Barron's long-term play.
I'm not down on R.J. Harvey.
But Jahad he's an answer right here, right now.
Yep.
You draft Campbell, he's your starter for the next 4 years. You re-up him, he's your starter for another 4 years after that. You finish your contract in Denver if things are going right, and he's a decade-long Denver Bronco.
And you finally fixed inside linebacker. The problems you had last year are still the problems you had this year. So do not be mad at the results you didn't get from the work you didn't put in.
I love that.
They didn't put in the work when it came to fixing inside linebacker and fixing tight end. They did some stuff, fun stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I love that quote. It's from Bridesmaids. We did some stuff, fun stuff. Cop talk's weird. Yeah, they did some stuff, fun stuff. Dre Greenlaw, that's fun. When he's healthy, he's not healthy. Evan Ingram, that's fun. When he's healthy, he's not healthy. What did you have as a backup plan? Nothing. So how can you expect different results when you didn't do anything? Justin Sternad was not good for most of last year, and you bought him back. Why did you think that was the answer? That's the easy answer.
Mm-hmm.
That's the cheaper answer. I don't know how many teams were interested in Justin Sternad. There likely was a few, right?
Sure.
Just because, hey, Cody Barton got a deal, right? Hey, Cody, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't you rather have Cody Barton right now?
Sure would.
You can't be mad at the results you don't get from the work you didn't put in. They didn't put in the work.
I love that.
This offseason. They didn't put in the work because they're just going in with these shaky situations, shaky ILB. It's fine. It'll be fine. We've got, and listen, we are the Bo Lowry show. We're the Bo show, but it's Bo Nix and Bo Lowry.
We called him King Dingaling.
We love the guy. We made a promo about King Dingaling. We love the guy. But you don't start bragging about how healthy you are and you can get these guys healthy and it'll be different here. It's not. What if it's not? You didn't have a backup plan. And then the plan that you had wasn't a good plan because you can't rely. I said 10 games for Dre Greenlaw. He's probably not even going to get that.
He has to play. When he comes back, he would have to play the rest of the season.
The rest of the season. And he's probably not going to do that. So, like, come on, man. Come on. What's your... I don't even want to say it. Kev, I don't even dump my microphone. I don't even know. Like, what's your plan if JK gets banged up? Because he's going to get you 10 games. I wanted 10 games from JK. I know Phil, who's coming in here in a little bit, hopefully, he said, like, hey, I got 17. It's got to be 17 for JK. It's not going to be 17 for JK. What is your plan? What is your plan? Do they have a plan? Is their plan to trade for Breece Hall? Right?
Yeah.
What is their plan? What is the plan when what you had in line doesn't happen? Greenlaw's not healthy. Your plan behind that sucked. We're seeing it right now. Evan Ingram. Your plan was Evan Ingram. Your plan is not working out right now, and what you have in place sucks.
Mm-hmm.
The plan does, not the players, okay? I like Adam Troutman as a guy. He's always good to me in the locker room, which goes a long way. Lucas Kroll is my guy. I'm the Kroll guy, whatever. But, Phil has to laugh at that.
It cracks me up.
The plan in place isn't working, Phil.
It is.
You and Sean, see, that was a funny moment.
KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. It's that I think you said, you took this easy route.
Right.
Because you can get these guys and you trust so much in a guy like Bo Lowry, who's had a bunch of success. But now the two biggest pieces that you added at tight end and inside linebacker, one's gone for an additional 4 weeks, and the other has now had a calf and a back injury. And back injury